Let me know when you're ready. You're ready? Okay. If we can come to order. Hello? There we go. Appreciate call to order here. And if the clerk will call roll.
Sure. Councilmember Lyons,
Here.
Councilmember San Antonio,
Present.
Councilmember Schaefer,
Here.
Deputy Mayor O'Hara,
Present.
Mayor Ehlers.
Here.
Record will show all members of the City Council are present tonight.
Okay, for those that can, please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, item number 4 is special presentations and proclamations, and we have none. And we've changed the order of our agenda a little to get some of the announcements. Instead of being buried at the end of the meeting, we're going to have the city manager and city attorney provide reports in item 5 and 6. So with that, city manager.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, members of council. I have several updates tonight. The first is a Border Patrol and ICE update. On Friday, August 14th at 5:45 a.m. near the intersection of Encinitas Boulevard and Via Canabria Street, Border Patrol encountered a gentleman from Mexico while conducting a roving patrol. Agents were in plain clothes and driving an unmarked vehicle. The subject stated he did not possess any valid immigration documents that would allow him to be or remain in the United States legally. The subject was arrested for being illegally present in the United States and transported to the San Clemente Border Patrol Station for processing. The agency was the Border Patrol through San Clemente. Advance notice was given to the watch commander of the San Diego County Sheriff's Department, and we have asked for an after-action report, and we have updated the website with these details as well. So that's my first for tonight. Secondly, many people do know, but in case you did not, the city of Encinitas was awarded $33.6 million in federal funding to improve safety and access along our city's rail corridor. Staff went ahead through the leadership of City Council, applied for 3 grants. It was for the at-grade crossings in Leucadia. It was for the quiet zone from E Street to Leucadia, and then for the undercrossing at Verde. So basically, spanning our whole entire rail corridor, the 3 projects. And I will say, when you look at return on investment, we spent $77,000 for the 3 grants and worked with Rail Pros, our consultant, which was great. And that yielded $33.6 million. So I've never really seen a return on investment that large, so I appreciate the leadership of council, appreciate the staff in engineering and Rail Pros that did the work, and also the support of the community. We also do want to thank Senator Padilla, Senator Schiff, and Congressman Levin, who are our representatives in Washington that have helped us get that grant. And tonight, I do also want to give you a quick update on those 3 projects to let you know where we're at. So first, on the E Street to Leucadia Quiet Zone, we are 90% design completed. We have completed the CPP meeting. We are working on our coastal development permit. We're working towards final design, and with the 3 of these projects, we now have to go through NEPA, which is the National Environmental Policy Act. It's basically like the federal government's way of environmental review. It is actually easier than CEQA, though, but we will have to do that for all 3 projects. The Leucadia at-grade crossings are at 70% design completed. We've held our CPP meeting. We are coordinating with the CPUC and the FRA on the waiver for the pedestrian audible warning system, which is the PAUSE system, which is the one that they have up in San Clemente, which is the lower horn. We're working towards final design. Of course, we'll have to do NEPA. And for the Verde undercrossing, final design has been completed. The CDP has been obtained. We will have to do NEPA. We will need to seek CPUC, which is the California Public Utilities Commission approval. The reason we didn't do that sooner is CPUC approval is only good for so long, since so we didn't have the funding. So we will seek that, and we do feel that we will definitely get that in time for the grants. So that was really good news on that, and some updates. Also, I I know that council and I have received some emails regarding short-term vacation rentals and some concerns. Just want to let folks know that I am working with our legal team as well as code development services to look at and reviewing our ordinance to see if there's anything that we need to do or make any changes that we might need to bring to council. But we're looking at our processes, and I know there's been some concerns in the community. And then last up, I have the Moonlight Beach concert series. It's our last one. Summer is coming to an end. So that concert is from 1 to 5 at Moonlight Beach. First up, the opening act is Steel Euphoria. And then our band that comes on at 3 o'clock is Sabrosus Latin Orchestra. So please come join us to kind of finish out Summer Beach concert series at Moonlight. And that is all I have for this evening. So thank you.
Very good. And city attorney report.
Thank you, Mayor. I have no report at this time.
Okay, and that takes us to oral communications. And this is under the new SB 707, so we have both in person and the possibility of online.
And at the moment, we have 9 in person and 1 connected telephonically.
Okay, let's do 3 minutes.
And just a reminder for oral communications, this is your opportunity to speak on any item that is not on the agenda tonight. First 3 speakers, Dave Dean, followed by Judy Burlfine, and then Jennifer Wilging.
Good afternoon, council, mayor, staff. Today I'd like to speak, this is the corner of 3rd and B, right by Moonlight Beach. And this is a construction sign machine, I'll call it. And it's placed directly in the middle of the pathway walking down to Moonlight Beach. It's been there for several months, maybe longer. And the message continues to change, but the danger continues to exist. And what happens, this completely blocks the pathway that 1,000 people a day walk down to Moonlight Beach. And they're left with 2 choices. They can walk on one side and go over a curb and walk through the dirt, or they can take the path of least resistance and walk into the pathway of the coming cars. Over 100 people a day I see walk into the street instead of going on the dirt pathway. And it's usually mothers with strollers and little kids that don't want to navigate going over the curb and into the dirt path. It is incredibly dangerous and so easy to solve. They can just move that signage 5 feet to the side, and there's a great big dirt patch that it could be sitting in. So by 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, this could be resolved in 5 minutes. It is truly dangerous, and it's been there for months. So I don't believe it's a safety sign, slow down your roll or anything, but it says things like the freeway is going to be under construction or something like that. And I have no idea who put this sign there, but it's incredibly dangerous and could be moved in 5 minutes. So if we could have somebody look into that, I would appreciate it, because it's only a matter of time before something bad could potentially happen.
Yep.
That's that. And as a final note, Captain Watts, his amazing wife, painted a rock for the rock garden. And so I thought it was so fantastic to bring unity to the community. And I wanted to address, there we go.
There you go.
I was upside down. But I wanted to address the council with it. And I know we're not supposed to show the audience.
Well, can
so
you put it on the overhead? And
that was my goal, but I don't think we can, because we might break the glass or something like that.
fair enough.
But I can invite y'all to the rock garden, and you can check it out in person.
There you
It'll
go.
be there.
Get the
So,
plug in.
yeah, if we could get somebody to look into this dangerous sign tomorrow, that would be
We
fantastic.
can refer it to staff right here and now. So consider it referred. And this is the time for my shameless plug for the My Encinitas app. You don't have to come down here and speak at oral comments. You can get the My Encinitas app on iOS and Android and turn in these kind of things that way, and they'll get just as quickly done, sometimes even quicker. So with that, Judy, I think you're up next.
Hi, I'm Judy Burlfine, and this is a little challenging for me. I'm asking for clear rules to be established and articulated for the public participating in city council meetings. The City of Encinitas Administrative Manual states to assure that every speaker is listened to in a respectful manner, disruptive behavior shall not be tolerated. I've been attending Encinitas City Council meetings for 30 years. Until last week, I'd never witnessed a member of the public calling point of order without being called upon, and I was surprised that this was condoned. I spoke with a former mayor because I was trying to figure out what I did and didn't know of another California city, and he was also surprised that this was condoned. So if the mayor can arbitrarily decide who can and cannot speak from the audience without being called upon, how do we in the audience know how to behave? How can we determine what defines disruptive behavior? So based on what I've witnessed in the council chambers in the last year and a half, people standing quietly with 8.5 by 11 signs per the meeting guidelines is considered disruptive, and those people will be removed from the meeting. Speaking from the audience and calling point of order after it had already been called by a council member, therefore it was not adding to the discussion, but was only making the meeting confusing, is not considered disruptive. And finally, when I requested quiet from those in the audience who had been speaking, I was considered disruptive, and the mayor threatened to throw me out of the meeting. So please clarify the rules so they are predictable, and please apply the same rules to your opponents as you apply to your supporters. Thank you.
Thank you. And let me clarify on this. I did make a misstatement last time. You cannot, I was thinking the body, so in Robert's rules, the body, anybody on the body as they call it, can call point of order. In this case, in our meeting, we're the body, but I was mistakenly thinking the entire audience was. So point of order can come from us up here, and I'll have the city attorney fill in. So I apologize for that misstatement. And I'm sorry if I did tell you to be quiet, but before that, I was looking at and talking to the other person. Well, I was. I mean, I know who I was looking at, Judy. So, but just suffice to say, I apologize for saying that. But in the future, I will stop any noise out there in the audience that I can hear. I know some people complain that in the back, people will talk. You can't hear that up here. You literally, it's pretty muffled once it gets up here. So I don't always hear that. I will ask staff members if they hear any disruption back there, flag me, text the city manager, and they will let me know to get it under control. But it's really hard to hear in the back. In the front room, it's a little easier. And that I was actually reacting even before you said something to the other person, looking them in the eye. And I know you don't think so, but I was looking you both in. Then after that, I looked you because you yelled out. But I promise I will be fair and make sure I address anybody making out of order noise in chambers. And and I apologize if it appeared that I went after you. I wasn't meaning to, other than you spoke the next, and that's how you caught it. I'm sorry. So, and if the city attorney would like to fill in.
Well, thank you, Mayor. So the council does follow Robert's Rules of Orders as guidelines, and as you've stated under Robert's Rules, the point of order can only come from members of the body, not from the audience members. Again, audience members should not be shouting, commenting on, et cetera, unless they have been called upon by the mayor and are speaking at the microphone. But as you've stated, it is correct. It can only come from the membership of the body.
And then the last item is, as far as point of order or an appeal of a point of order, that those are not discussion items. And as soon as a point of order is called by somebody on the board, everybody should be quiet until the chair recognizes and makes a decision, correct?
Correct. There's no debate on a point of order.
Right. So, okay, with that, let's continue with.
Next speaker is
comments.
Jennifer Wilging, followed by Trina Priest, then Brian Stone, and then Jeff Sheeran.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. I'm here to follow up on recent community emails regarding short-term rental inspections. While these new tactics currently only target short-term rental applicants, they set a dangerous precedent for us all. This style of enforcement changes the baseline of what the city can do to private property. If left unchecked, it threatens the privacy and trust of all citizens, not just short-term rental hosts. We fully support reasonable safety checks in guest spaces, but routine renewals have turned into unconstitutional invasions of privacy. Homeowners are now forced to choose between making a living and their Fourth Amendment rights. This is legally problematic for our city. The community quotes I am displaying set a clear pattern of overreach in 3 distinct areas. First, the violation of private home boundaries. Inspectors are requesting entry into locked personal closets, primary homes, garages, and yards that are completely outside the scope of the rental agreement and completely off-limit to guests. It is entirely unreasonable that a permit for a single 300-foot square bedroom with an outside entrance triggers a search of an entire property. Second, the violation of long-term tenant privacy. Inspectors are now demanding access into separate occupied ADUs. Landlords are being asked to violate their tenants' privacy rights on the spot without proper notice just to keep a permit elsewhere on the property. Third, time-wasting fishing expeditions. The city claims it lacks resources to monitor short-term rentals, yet inspectors are expanding their reach. They're hunting in private areas for barbecues and re-inspecting structures the city has already permitted. In one absurd case, an operator in good standing for 9 years had their permit delayed because an inspector wanted to dig into a garage conversion from 1965. I have held a permit for 8 years and was personally told I will fail inspection if a charcoal grill is found anywhere on my property. This shift from complaint-based enforcement to warrantless sweeps under the cloak of safety weaponizes this process and creates an atmosphere of fear. If the city assumes we cannot keep our own homes safe, what comes next? Will they start routinely inspecting everyone's house? We urge the council to step in to limit inspections to the actual rental spaces and streamline the process for permits in good standing. Stop the warrantless sweeps and restore constitutional boundaries. Thank you.
Thank you. And staff is looking into this.
Good evening. I'm Trina Priest, a middle school teacher and a mother of 3 young adults. I came to speak to my concern for the safety of our youth and other residents on our streets. Since we have 4 marijuana storefronts in our city, it's important to remember driving under the influence doesn't just refer to alcohol. Prescription medications, over-the-counter drugs, and marijuana can also impair, especially in combination with alcohol and other drugs. Recently, the National Safety Council fact sheet repeated that it is unsafe to be under the influence of cannabis. So now with our teens back on the roads driving to and from schools, we all appreciate the sheriff who reminds us that intoxicating cannabis products can have a major impact on safety and on our roadways. Marijuana slows reaction times, reduces motor coordination, distorts distance and time perception. It reduces the brain's ability to watch traffic, check mirrors, and process signs all simultaneously. In addition, it alters judgment regarding the speed of other cars and maintaining a steady position of staying inside a traffic lane. Drivers with the intoxicating chemicals of marijuana in their system face roughly double the risk of a car crash. Perhaps it is time to reconsider the conditional use permits of these pot shops here in Encinitas. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Brian Stone, Encinitas, thank you for your time. This is a map of flock ALPR cameras in our city. Mayor Ehlers has proudly stated he is a supporter, quote, supporter of flock cameras. Most of us aren't. We didn't vote for them, and we fork over approximately $75,000 a year for the privilege of being surveilled. No benefit outweighs that price. Yes, it's true, courts have said we have no expectation of privacy in public, but no court foresaw this: an indiscriminate, automated network of cameras logging every car, every movement, all day, every day. Cities and courts are starting to say no. They're starting to call it what it is, a Fourth Amendment violation. And here's what confuses me. The same people who tell us government should stay out of our lives, smaller government, less intrusion, more freedom, are the ones defending this massive expansion of a police surveillance state. A permanent, automated surveillance system, eye in the sky, Big Brother, paid for with our own tax dollars. Privacy from the government isn't a technicality. It's a founding, fundamental American principle. Quote, you have nothing to worry about if you have nothing to hide is not a patriotic sentiment. It's the opposite. It's an argument for surrendering rights, not protecting them. My ask tonight is simple. Reevaluate this contract. Ask whether $75,000 or more a year of surveillance infrastructure is worth what it costs us, not just in dollars, but in principle. Give residents a real say before this system stays in our city. Let's get the government surveillance out of our lives and deflock Encinitas. Thank you.
Jeff?
Hello, my name's Jeff Sharon. I live in Cardiff, and I started SDATennisaccess.org with my daughter. So we are, our mission is to increase access to the 6 tennis courts at San Dieguito Academy. As you may know, there's not many places to play tennis in Encinitas, and SDA has 6 beautiful tennis courts, but they're almost always padlocked, and they're not accessible to the community. Technically, you can book them, but it's intended for camps and clinics. Now, this is not the case in other communities. So, for example, I've played at La Jolla High, and you can just walk right on Saturday at 9 a.m. So I just figured that's the way it was, but I reached out to the school board, and they were very interested in how that worked. So they encouraged me to research, call some other communities to see how they're able to do that. So that's what I did. I started a website, SDATennisaccess.org, because I found a lot of really interesting things, like how it actually works between San Diego City, which is why I'm here at City Council. Obviously, it's school property. There's joint use agreements between San Diego City, and you can play at University, City High School, Mission Bay, La Jolla High. The most interesting model is Carlsbad. So Carlsbad High School has 9 tennis courts, and they have a joint use agreement with the city through Parks and Rec. I have that whole agreement on the website, including like the budget. They have someone who goes out 8 a.m. on the weekends, unlocks it, locks it at 10 p.m. So I think that's the best model. I spoke at a school board meeting. The school board is very interested in superintendent. But they're relying on me to engage with the city to kind of figure out who they can talk to start doing a review or a study. So that's why I'm here, if any of you can help me with that. I talked at a Parks and Rec meeting last night, so there's a lot of interested people there. No one has been negative. I'm trying to offer solutions. Everyone's positive, but they're kind of like, that's just the way it's been. So my understanding 10 years ago, you could actually go play at SDA, and then no one seems to be sure why that ended. So I have some cards here that have the website on them. If I can hand them to you.
Yeah, when you're done.
That's okay. Yeah.
Or you can hand it to the clerk.
Yeah. So that's my call to action. Is I need help figuring out who to talk to. Thank you. And then we can play tennis. That'd be great.
Yeah. And hand them to the clerk and make sure, is your contact info on there? Contact info's on here. Okay. Perfect.
Next 3 in-person speakers for oral communication, Martin Tracy, followed by Maria Ardance, and then David Weinbaum.
Good afternoon. My name's Martin Tracy. I've met a number of you before. It's been about 2 years since I was here. I'm at 629 2nd Street, right across from the CRC, so I live on the front line of our transient issue here. And I had to come by because I live in a factual world, unlike a lot of what I hear. So a couple facts for most of you, not much has changed in 2 years. The average person I have to deal with now down there has changed into a 20 to 50-year-old man. In the last year, I've broken up 4 fights in my driveway, regular urination, all kinds of issues. Credit to the sheriff, I see them a lot more than I used to. It's a thankless job, so I appreciate what they do, and I try to call them as little as possible. But I understand there are some things in front of the council that could maybe prevent me having to step over people every morning to get in my office. And I challenged you 2 years ago to have some courage and support, somebody who lives here, has a house here, a business here. Not much has happened. So, I'm here to encourage you to do that. I'd also like to point out, I'm not here to indict the CRC or their mission. But I am here to indict their leadership for doing nothing, for disregarding their neighbors, their community. I watch them regularly walk over people sleeping in their doorways. I watch them send people across to my side of the street to wait for them to open. And I've politely asked these folks before to go across the street, and the majority of them are quite nice and tell me we're not allowed to wait over there. So something's got to be done with these folks. It's ridiculous. And the last thing I want to say is I still don't understand how someone's going to spend $8 to $10 million of government money, HUD money. They're going to spend private money to build where real estate is that expensive in a limited space with charitable money. So I challenge anyone on that board to sit down and justify it to the people in Encinitas. I'm challenging the people that give them money to justify it to me. It's unexplainable. So that's just thought I'd remind you guys I'm still here.
Sorry.
I think if you pull it across in front, it'll go lower.
Okay.
And then
yeah,
aim
thank
it at you.
I was
There
very
you
confused
go.
there.
That'll work.
All right. So hi, everyone. Nice to see you all. $33.6 million. Congratulations, you guys. It's really awesome. Okay, a couple years back during the previous council, I had implored them, some of you too as well, to consider the fact that an analysis of Encinitas population showed that our city was in fact not growing, and only the forced influx of new housing would bring inorganic growth to our city, hence imploring you guys and them to fight back against the state-mandated housing requirements. Not to mention the wildly inaccurate population numbers for Encinitas on the Sandag website. I don't know if you guys have looked at them. Seriously, I think that attributed to some of the fraud. I'll show you. I'm going to send you a link. It's crazy. Anyway, that fell on deaf ears, of course, except for Mayor Ehlers. Anyway, now, in an August 20th document from this year's City of Encinitas, we're seeing just that the City of Encinitas is expecting a negative growth rate through 2050. Even with all the unnecessary development that we have been forced into, and will put foreseeable strain on our infrastructure and public safety. So why? Why are we not issuing a moratorium on building in the city? I believe in May of 2025, I brought up to this council the need to fight back on the state's based on imminent threat to public safety. And Mayor Ehlers, you had said, we have to have a quantifiable measure of that, and that's really hard to do. Okay, well, right after that, we had an arsonist set fire to the land on the south base of Encinitas Ranch. We didn't even have an evacuation order, and we had mass chaos, right? Gridlock. Then we had the Palisades fire, and chaos ensued from there. So quantifiable measures are now a lot more achievable in defining. So have we or can we use our new GIS system to run evacuation scenarios and what that threat to public safety is based on different fire evacuations or, something like that. So everyone knows this council was blackmailed by the state for forcing you to approve the Quail Meadows project. We know that they threatened you guys to decertify our housing element. In the state of California, a contract, just so you guys know, signed under duress. I know this wasn't a contract, but I think this is very similar. A contract signed under duress is voidable, and it can be challenged in court. We faced a lack of free will, which is one of those measures, and only provided compliance under threat. I don't like frivolous lawsuits, but fighting against coerced state-mandated housing is not frivolous. We have lost some of those lawsuits in the past, but there's an imminent threat to our safety, and this city and our community is worth fighting for. How the state behaved, it still disgusts me, and I think it should disgust everybody up here and everybody in the city. Thank you.
Evening, Mayor, Council, Deputy Mayor, staff. It's actually timely. I understand that the League of California Cities is going to be meeting next month and that we're going to be sending a new delegate there. I urge that delegate to rally with your cohorts on fighting exactly what you're saying. We're all small cities, but if we band together, we're a large population. We need to fight basically 5 or 6 people that are up in the assembly. One of them is our ex-mayor, and bring things back under control. A perfect example of not needing development is the new El Camino condos that's under consideration and has 12 waivers. Some of them I understand, some of them, They want to get rid of all the trees or as many trees as they can. They don't want to do anything at landscaping in the parking lot. We have a climate action plan and all this onerous stuff that's all unfunded mandates by Sacramento. And they're forcing us to not be able to comply with anything. Because if we're creating heat sinks and generating more heat by having more parking lots and concrete and so on and so forth and no trees to help dispel it, we're not going to ever meet any goals. And so somebody has to go up and fight, and I urge whoever that delegate is, and I believe I know who it is because I read the thing, but I don't want to, whatever. Please do what you can to rally people so we can get out of this, because the fact is we're not going to be growing to the point where we need to build all this stuff. And it's just going to suck people in. It's going to create more and more gridlock and yada, yada. So please do as best your efforts are and appreciate the job you guys are doing. I know there's a lot of challenges, and I think you guys have been doing a really good job. Marco, I'm really happy to see that you're stepping up to continue supporting us in District 4. Thank you, guys. Good evening.
Thank you.
Final speaker for oral communications is telephonically, and it is Madison, and we'll go ahead and unmute you now.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Ehlers and council members. I'm speaking tonight as a mother and someone who works in youth substance use prevention. I want to encourage Encinitas to think beyond simply asking whether a cannabis business technically complies with the rules, and instead ask whether our policies are creating the healthiest environment possible for kids. Our kids are growing up in a world where high-potency marijuana is increasingly normalized and presented in an ordinary consumer product. And the science is catching up to that reality. A national study just published in JAMA Psychiatry, led by the director of the National Institute on Drug Abuse, found that cannabis use disorder has been rising sharply in recent years. And this challenges the assumption that cannabis carries low addiction risk. Strikingly, among 18 to 20-year-olds, the rate of cannabis addiction has now surpassed the rate of alcohol addiction, even though more young people that age still drink than use cannabis. Researchers point to today's much higher potency products as a key reason why. And we've recently been reminded that having rules on paper is not the same thing as having perfect compliance. The state seized thousands of prohibited and untaxed nicotine and vape products from an Encinitas smoke shop this summer. That should be a reminder that enforcement matters and that our community has to be vigilant about what products are actually making their way into neighborhood retail. When it comes to cannabis storefronts, I hope that Encinitas will apply the same vigilance. Strong rules, meaningful enforcement, and youth prevention should be a priority because prevention asks a simple question. What can we do today to reduce the likelihood that a child becomes tomorrow's substance use problem? We cannot control every message our children encounter, but we do control what we choose to normalize in our own community. Please continue putting the long-term health and well-being of Encinitas' young people ahead of the short-term benefits of substance commercialization. Thank you.
That concludes oral communication for tonight.
We move on to report from closed session, which we had none. Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda?
There are no changes to the posted agenda, and then moving to the consent calendar, no items have been removed by members of the public.
And does anybody want to pull any items on the consent calendar?
Motion to approve consent
I
calendar.
have a motion to
I'll
approve.
second. I'll second.
I have a second. With that, we will call the question.
That motion carries unanimously and takes us to item 12A.
Okay. Moving on to item 12A. And this is a public hearing for consideration of adopting Resolution 2026-64, authorizing annually indexed adjustments to the cost of services schedule for sewer engineering and miscellaneous sewer services. And the contact person is Finance Manager Straticus. With that, we'll start with let me start out this, a public hearing. So we will follow the public hearing procedure where I have the staff report given. I will then ask council to disclose any other information that they've received that is not included in the staff report. We'll then do preliminary questions. We'll open the public hearing, and then after the speakers are heard, we'll close the public hearing and then move on to council discussion and action. With that, we'll start with the staff report.
Good evening, Mayor Ehlers, council members and members of the public. I'm Ashley Stratakis, Finance Manager for the Utilities Department Wastewater Division. I'm here to present item 12A, CPI adjustments for sewer engineering fees and miscellaneous fees. So as Mayor Ehlers just reviewed, we'll have our staff presentation, answer any questions, and then the mayor will open the public hearing. Council will hear public comment. Then the mayor can close the public hearing, and we'll conclude with City Council's consideration of Resolution 2026-64, titled A Resolution of the City Council of the City of Encinitas, California, amending the cost of services schedule for sewer engineering services and miscellaneous sewer services. And I'd like to note briefly that this item was properly noticed. It was posted at City Hall and then published in the Coast News. And then a Prop 218 notice is not required because this does not directly impact ratepayers. For some background, on January 28th, earlier this year, Council approved the establishment of sewer engineering fees because prior to that, they did not exist. And then we also amended sewer miscellaneous fees. So here's a list of the sewer engineering fees. So some of them include planning reviews and public improvement plan reviews, or the services that those fees are for. And then for sewer miscellaneous fees, those include the deposit and admin fee for the setup of sewer reimbursement districts. And I'd also like to note, please keep in mind that full cost recovery of fees avoids subsidizing these services by general sewer ratepayers. So staff is recommending that council approve an increase to the fees based on the consumer price index increase of the prior calendar year, which is 3.8%. The table shows the proposed increases for sewer fees on the right-hand column. And we are also proposing the same for sewer miscellaneous fees. Okay, so if approved, the fees and deposits proposed will become effective October 1st. Additionally, there will They would be adjusted annually according to the prior calendar year's annual average CPI for the San Diego region, as long as the adjustments do not exceed the cost for providing services. So the recommendation tonight is to conduct the public hearing and receive public comments regarding CPI adjustments to sewer engineering and miscellaneous sewer fees, and then adopt resolution 2026-64. Great, that concludes staff presentation, and we will take any questions you might have. Thank you.
Okay, and first I'll go with disclosures. We'll start at the far end.
Nothing to disclose.
Nothing to disclose. Nothing to disclose.
Nothing to disclose.
And I too have nothing to disclose. Are there any preliminary questions? No? I will open the public hearing and then ask the clerk whether we have any people.
We have no speakers on this item.
Oh, wow. So I will close the public hearing. And with that discussion,
Motion to approve.
I'll second.
anybody have any, I think I had questions that you answered during staff, and so it was pretty straightforward. So I see no discussion, so we're all call the question.
That motion carries unanimously and takes us to item 12B.
And this is, item 12B is Business Commission Draft Fiscal Year 2026-27 Annual, I lost my place, Annual Work Plan. And the contact person is Management Analyst 3, Welnick. And we're going so fast, you're not even up there. That's the way we like it. What's that? Did I hear motion to approve? No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding, guys. I'm kidding. I could have sworn, I saw Luke's mouth move, and I thought that's what he was mouthing. I know. We surprised you by moving quickly. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Good evening. Good evening. Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. Yes, I am Delilah Welnick, Management Analyst in the City Manager's Office and Staff Liaison to the City's Business Commission. The item before you tonight is the Business Commission's Draft Fiscal Year 2026-2027 Annual Work Plan. Staff is joined tonight by the Commission's Vice Chair, Jeffrey Shade, who will be presenting the work plan on behalf of the Commission. We're also joined by a couple members of the Commission who are here in the audience tonight. Vice Chair Shade will provide the Council with a brief update on the Commission's activities to date, and then also walk you through the Commission's proposed work plan and priorities for the year ahead. Following the presentation, staff and members of the Commission are available to answer any questions, and staff looks forward to incorporating any feedback or recommended changes provided by Council this evening. It is the recommendation that City Council provide that feedback and approve the draft work plan today. And with that, I will pass it to Vice Chair Shade to take you through the work plan.
Thanks, Delilah. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, all the members here. Thank you for being here and your input and guidance to the Commission. I'm Jeff Shade, Vice Chair of the Small Business Commission, and I'm here to present you the draft work plan as Delilah laid out. Chairman Hutchinson could not be here tonight, but Chairman Hutchinson and I would first like to congratulate and thank all the Commission members over the 4 meetings we had, and we did cram 4 meetings in the 4 months, held since the launch of the Encinitas, the inaugural Small Business Commission. Everyone has generously donated their time and expertise to the city, and every single member has contributed, and we thank you guys tremendously into this draft work plan. I'd also like to extend a special thank you to city staff, Ms. Warnick and Deputy City Manager James. Thank you very much for helping us navigate this process, keeping us focused, and providing valuable advice along the way, because let's face it, we were in over our skis a little bit, as some of you might know. Throughout the 4 meetings, the commission has received presentations from city staff, merchant association partners, Chamber of Commerce, E3 Collaborative, several other organizations and stakeholders involved. These sessions have laid a strong foundation, I believe, for the work that we're covering, and covering a wide range of topics, including but not limited to economic development, of course, permitting processes, culture and art vitality, and benchmarking against neighboring cities. The chart you have in front of you is pretty simple. The work plan has goals and projects you'll see, and tied to each is a priority, low, medium, high, and a price tag and timeline. Commission members volunteered or were strategically chosen to lead or support each goal and deliverable. And in our opinion, I think we have a great team focused on working together hand in hand with the city and staff. And we're looking forward to it. This is going to be great. There are 11 listed goals and projects, which is too many. But that's where we are, knowing several will be tabled and council's input will be valuably appreciated in that process. Without diving deeply into the weeds on each goal here, and now I want to quickly summarize each for the record, and you have the details of each in front of you. We'll get through the summary for the record first and then open it up as time and energy permits. So we'll jump right in. Number 1, goal, perform a SWOT analysis of the city's economic development situation. The commission will conduct a comprehensive SWOT of the city's economic development landscape, including establishing background context and identifying a comparable set of peer cities. The effort will culminate in a final analysis to inform the future economic development discussions and strategy. 2, permit process. This is a big one, subcommittee. A subcommittee will review the city's business and residential permitting experiences, gathering feedback on timelines and pain points. It will also benchmark Encinitas' permit process against neighboring cities to identify improvement opportunities. 3, economic development functions and resource alignment. This item will inventory the city's current economic development functions and staffing to ensure resources are aligned with the business community needs. It will also explore new options like a business liaison, for example, and recommend performance metrics with published timelines. Number 4, the subcommittee prioritized work plans, these subcommittees. The commission will develop tailored work plans for each business district. They're listed here, Leucadia, Encinitas, Cardiff. I only had 3. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at my notes. Oh, you got all 5 in front of you. Starting with jurisdictional mapping, it will also review the El Camino Real specific plan to strengthen investment incentives, beautification, and walkability along that particular corridor. Number 5, outdoor dining subcommittee. A subcommittee will work with the city staff to recommend updated requirements and opportunities for outdoor dining. It will also examine how outdoor dining impacts parking availability and propose potential solutions, and not only parking, but traffic and safety as well. Number 6, Business Tax Revenue Subcommittee. This subcommittee will identify target businesses that align with the community's character for potential recruitment, active recruitment to Encinitas. The goal here is to maximize business-related tax revenue through strategic attraction efforts, and that one's interesting. Number 7, Tourism and TOT Subcommittee. The commission will explore ways to boost tourism and transient occupancy tax revenue, including hotel, hospitality opportunities, state park partnerships, and potential large city events. It will also evaluate short-term rental costs and a heads and beds program. Number 8, input on draft economic development strategic plan. All commissioners will contribute to the city's economic development strategic plan by submitting the completed SWOT analysis and other deliverables will outline. The subcommittee findings from throughout the year will be incorporated into the final plan. Number 9, business occupancy and improvement incentives, and this is medium priority Q3, Q4. This item will explore a storefront improvement program for facade and landscaping upgrades, along with evaluating a possible vacancy tax. It will also consider streamlined permitting for low-impact activities like art and music. And art and music, love that. Number 10, business community engagement enhancement. This commission will inventory existing communication channels and gather input from businesses and residents on engagement needs. It will benchmark best practices from other communities to recommend improved outreach and communication strategies. Number 11, fourth, consider a fourth event yet to be identified. This commission will consider adding a fourth signature event, either standalone or in partnership with an existing event. Some of those examples like the Switchfoot Pro-Am, the Surf Rider Pro-Am, things like that. Explore activating local influencers. The commission has a lot of relationships in the area, and activating local influencers and athletes to promote city events. That is the plan for number 11. And at that point, I think that summarizes all 11 and concludes our presentation on the draft plan.
Okay. Anything else? We're good? Do we have one speaker? Okay. Any questions, preliminary questions? I don't see any, so let's go with
Sure.
public.
Molly Hantlian.
Good evening, Council. Molly Hantlian, great job, Business Commission. I have some comments that may help your list go from 11 to 8. Two of my comments, I'm concerned with the overlap of the 101s because the 101s are their own establishment and business district, and they get support from the city. I feel like they should be reporting back to you some information versus you having a subcommittee to manage them. I've watched some of your meetings, and it was good getting input from them, but I would really like to see you guys be a leadership of your own. Same with the chamber. As far as tourism on number 7, doesn't the chamber have Visit Encinitas, and isn't that their core requirement to focus on tourism and business development for all their members? So I would like to see focus on Northeast El Camino. I think that's an area that probably does need help more than the 101s. And then if you focus on your items 1 through 3, 6 through 8, and you've got yourself a really good plan. The other request I have is Encinitas is really turning into a restaurant bar town. And we've lost a lot of retailers, we've lost a lot of small shops, so I would like to at least put that as part of a focus to look at non-food and beverage as a business. So, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and with that, we will go to deliberation. Councilmember Lyons.
Thank you, Mayor. If this was any other commission other than the Business Commission, I would be worried by this number of things. But this is the Business Commission, and you guys have just like rocketed forward with clarity here. I'm really impressed with just after 4 meetings in a very short period of time, you've come forward with this draft work plan, and it captures a lot of things really well. So, wow, great way to start. Thank you. First, I'll say a few comments, and then I have a question. So first, I like the subcommittee structure. That's really, I think, a successful structure where you're breaking these each into subcommittees, and that you're dividing out the workload amongst the commissioners. That looks like it'll work really well. I do want to emphasize the fact that the chamber and the 101s are a partner. You're not managing them, they're not managing you. And if we can clarify that language somehow here, where across all of these items, there will be opportunities, and we must coordinate across the 101 business associations and the chamber to have success. And in talking with Delilah in my briefing, I'm assured that that will happen, but I don't see it here. And I'd like to, since I know it's going to happen, I'd like to also have it articulated that that's really how we're looking at executing on the business plan, is to partner with our other business associations. So if I could suggest that comment. Then on work plan item number 3, if we could go to that. I just have a very simple comment, but it's important. And on the first deliverable, you talk about ensure economic development resources are aligned with the business community. I think the word ensure is something we should avoid in a commission work plan, because you will make recommendations, you will review, you will assess, but it's the city council that takes action. So could we please consider changing the word ensure to assess and recommend? I think that might be a simple suggestion if my council colleagues are also in support of that. Also on number 3, there's a call out of headcount. Can't remember, it's towards the bottom, next to the last bullet. That I get a little uncomfortable with something like a deliverable that will recommend headcount. I think a more broader deliverable that talks about what the resources currently are and where the deficiencies might be is probably a more appropriate report to city council. And I think it's the city manager and the city council together that do things like headcount. If you come up with a finding that there's resources needed, whether it's people or things, it'd be important for that to be reported to us. But I don't know that you have to go to the extent of saying we need this number of people. So I hope that's understandable, as far as maybe make it more general and less specific, but still the effort is important. Really, first we have to understand what is it we're doing, and then figure out, well, do we have the right resources? And who would those right resources be? So we've got a ways to go before we go to the detail of headcount. And I'm going to ask you for your feedback too, because it could be I'm misunderstanding something. So as I go along, please feel free to ask me questions if you'd like, or at the end. So I have 2 more comments on item 6. It really caught my eye, because when you talk about the ethos of the community, and you mentioned it earlier too in your presentation, community character, I think that's a really important topic for us to spend a good amount of time on. And I just want to say that's very important. It'll be a lot. There's going to be a lot of opinions. And when we had our dialogue here at City Council on associated with an economic development consultant, I felt like the community character was the key issue that we really needed to resolve. Not so much. So I think we need to resolve where we're at in our community with what we believe about our community character. I think there's a lot of different thoughts on that, and we haven't had the opportunity yet to do that. And if you can handle that in this commission, or at least tee it up, I think that's a worthy effort. So that's just a comment. And now my final question is number 7, and it has to do with the short-term rental costs. Having to do with deliverables, I just want to make sure they're specific enough so we all kind of have a common understanding of what that deliverable will be. And the next to the last bullet is evaluate short-term rental costs. And I don't feel like there's enough said there for me to know what to expect for that deliverable. And maybe you could, after having heard the dialogue with your fellow commissioners, maybe you could shed a little bit of light on that, if you could, Jeff. Or Delilah.
I would have to defer to the support, to the lead on this. Honestly, this is.
We have a couple members of our commission here, and please correct me if I'm wrong, and permission for them to approach the podium if they have something to add. But working with the commission, I understood evaluating the STR costs to be associated with the TOT that they're bringing in.
So do you mean cost to the city? How much is it costing the city to manage their STR program versus how much revenue we get?
The revenue aspect of it. That's how I understood it.
If anyone's interested in speaking on it, yeah.
Yeah, come up to the microphone. Introduce yourself.
Good evening, Council. My name is Jerry Pascal. I'm a member of the committee, and I'm charged with tackling the STR question. We have had literally no dialogue about it yet. The chair, which is the chair of our committee, is away, and I do have a draft. So I think there's a lot more work to be done yet, and certainly the income side of it will be addressed specifically. Any questions?
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, I get it. You know, it's a good idea, and maybe it's not all sussed out yet, and that's fine. So thank you for that clarification on it. I understand now why it just says what it says, costs, because it sounds like the subcommittee will evaluate what the important data is and then bring that forward.
Well, it's my hope that the dialogue will be around understanding what short-term rental business really is and its impact on the community, specifically as it pertains to economic development. So that's part of the goal. At least that's part of my goal.
Yeah, thank you, Mike. I think that helps. And I'll rest. That's it for my comments and questions.
Okay, Deputy Mayor O'Hara.
First off, I think one of the great things about this is it shows the enthusiasm this group has. It truly does. I also want to say I think Councilmember Lyons had a lot of very, very valid points. I think I had almost all of those in my notes as well, and agree with her on them. I do have some additional questions. I think this is too big to accomplish in a year, is one of my concerns. And I want this commission to succeed everywhere they can. And it may be that by pushing some of these together, you can accumulate a larger committee to accomplish these goals. And I think there's a lot of places to do that. So I'm going to go through the list really quick, or probably not really quick. I shouldn't say that. I'm going to go through the list. All right. So I think first off, I think number 2 is a slam dunk, and I think you're going to crush it, and you're going to be so helpful to the city with that number. I'm really excited that you took that on, and I think you'll come back to us at this time next year with some incredible results. So great job on that one. I want to look at number 1 and number 8, and I really think number 8 is part of number 1. When we're looking at the economic development situation, and we're looking at the development strategic plan, the input on the city's draft economic development strategic plan, I think that's a little redundant. And so I would remove number 8 and combine that into number 1. And I think all commissioners would be the subcommittee of number 1. Question? Okay. I looked at number 3, economic development functions and resource alignment. And I do agree, evaluate current headcount needs to be different. Basically, it's needs to identify and define the needs and deficiencies of the city in regards to its economic development and function with the businesses. I do think the phrasing headcount is a very, take
take it out.
challenging term. I would get rid of that term altogether, and I would replace it with identify needs and deficiencies of the city. I also stand with, along with my council member here, to change it to recommend economic development. And I'm going to move to number 4. And I'm going to, so this comes back to when we formed this committee, or this commission rather. And one of the big important things with this commission is that this was not a replacement for the 101s. In fact, we all said that up here. It was very important the 101s, the chambers, established their ability to operate in their zone, to do what they do, and they're all established to manage their areas, to come up with their master plans, to come up with their input on the code, the district plans for each of their districts, and even things like wayfinding and stuff like that. Each of them is left to do that, and they're all very, very good at it. And what we want the Business Commission to do is work kind of alongside them. And I feel like this kind of oversteps our boundaries as the city on the toes of those agencies. So I would just eliminate number 4. I think they're going to come and they're going to participate. They're going to give you reports, and I'm sure they're all willing to do that, but I don't think you need a subcommittee to do that. So I would eliminate number 4.
We can clarify a little bit on the what we're calling the business districts versus, what are we calling these? The agencies, if you will, the associations. So they're divided into 5 districts for what we're working with, right? We put in the term 101, but I don't believe that would refer to the 101 Main Street Association, for example. This is just the general district.
Sure, but they already do that. That's their job, right? And so I think, I think we need to let them do their jobs. They're again, very, very good at it. As you know, you're on one, right? I really think it's important that we put our faith in these successful relationship we have with them, and not treading their toes. I think they should come back and report to us, give us good advice on what's going on, give us input, and allow us to support them more than they're feeling like they're under the microscope of us. So I would remove number 4. Number 6, I think number 6 is really good. Again, I had some questions on the explanation of it. It kind of goes across each box. Makes sense, but I'm not sure I understand that they all go together by the time I get to the last one. Create a subcommittee to maximize business-related tax revenue, and it says ensuring, as you scroll over, it says ensuring and preserving community character and economic vitality. Very different concept than what you have in the first box. Develop economic development strategic plan is probably more in line with what you have in the first box, but that first part of it, it's a really broad sweeping term. And so I think I like what you're trying to do here. I'm not sure it actually work. If you read it across, I'm not sure it actually either doesn't read the way you wanted it to read, or it doesn't actually do what you said at the beginning and the end, even though all of them are really good things to do. So I would either leave it on there, but ask the city staff and the commission to come back with a better explanation of that, or more dialed-in definition, so you can be successful at it. We don't want to have you out there going the wrong direction because this was not written clearly. We want you to get success off of a well-written plan. Number 8, again, I said was part of number 1. Number 7, create a subcommittee. I would say create a subcommittee to identify the opportunities in tourism industry and TOT that would input positive results on the business climate of Encinitas. I think when you say to increase tourism, you're starting to get into marketing, and you're getting into what our 101s and our chamber do. Now, if we're talking about ways to support them in that, that's one thing. It's not clear on here that's what you're doing. So I would change the name of it to identify opportunities, and I think that does open the door to you to do that. But right now, as to increase tourism, that's a marketing job, right? So we want to kind of make this streamlined, because I think there's a lot on here, and if we don't make it streamlined or really clear, we won't have the outcome we want. Okay.
Deputy Mayor,
Yes.
excuse me, Deputy Mayor, can you just repeat that part
Sure.
of the increased tourism? Excuse me.
Sure, so I think you should change it to identify opportunities in the tourism industry and TOT opportunities that would impact the city's business environment positively. The increased tourism, like I said, it's kind of a marketing piece. So I think that's why, and that's why it's a bit nitpicky. I'm fully aware of that, and I know there's a lot of hard work put into this, so please don't take my nitpicks or anything in wanting you to be successful.
Deputy Mayor, could I?
Yeah.
Could I make a suggestion?
Please.
I'm hearing what you're talking about, and I'm wondering if you're trying to get to, instead of increased tourism, we actually don't know that that's the desired outcome. I mean,
Yes.
would it be curate instead? Curate the right?
So curate's a good idea. I thought about that, and I went back to identify, because I think curate is kind of spinning the wheel where you're trying to increase it, but it's not clear what. And I think from a business standpoint, what we need to identify is where are the opportunities in tourism that we're not doing, right? That's the big thing. Whereas when you say increased tourism, it could be, that could mean helping existing hotel fill its doors up more. And maybe that's part of it too, but it gets into a marketing piece. So I'm not opposed to that type of wording change. I think we're on the same line in that, so I appreciate that. Okay, and then, I don't know, is that a reasonable answer? Is that a line?
And I think we'll be speaking more about
Yeah,
about
but
your
I just thought I'd help
comments.
if that was helpful, and
Yeah,
you
very
told me,
helpful.
yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, as you get your comments out there, I think we can add or adjust
Yeah.
accordingly as the rest of us
Yep.
go.
And then I'm gonna make a
Which number are you on?
number. That was number 8, number 9. Okay, it's number 9. All right. Explore vacancy tax. I will politely say that is all you'll be doing, because you'll get a big no from me on that. I believe that to be immoral, almost unconstitutional. And I'm not going to be taking money out of people's pockets for what they do with their private property. I do think something that would be a really cool opportunity on here that you could look at is temporary or pop-up permits. If you're looking for something that kind of gets people indoors, gets them going, and I think that's a great way for a temporary or pop-up shop to kind of test the water. I think it's a great way for a pop-up, somebody to say, oh, this is the right spot for the right place, or nope, this isn't going to work, but I'm going to try it, or for a business to fill a gap in rental time. So I think something like that really fits this, and I don't see that in here. So I think I would take the vacancy tax out, and I would be more proactive. How do we help them instead of punishing them? Let's motivate them. Carrot instead of the stick on that one. If I move to number 11, number 10 I think is great. Happy to see that one on there. I think you're got a good helpful little widget on there. I think moving to number 11, and I struggle with trying to figure this one out. I'm going to say, so when a city wants to add an event, a large event, a scalable event, and I assume that's what we're talking about, like an event that has an impact on taxes or TOT, sales tax, whatever. The city doesn't necessarily choose the type of event. What the city does is it puts out basically, we'll call it an RFP because that's what the city uses, but we put out a public RFP everywhere that says, hey, we're looking to add an event and we want to sign a contract with somebody who's going to bring the right event to our city, and then we judge those events based on what's come in. And maybe we do nothing because none of the events come in fit the city. But those events come to us. And And they come to us because those are the people with the will to market it. Those are the people with the will to invest in it. Those are the people with the audience to scale it out, and to generally actually put the event on. So I don't think, at the current time at least, and maybe this is something that comes out of when you look at the possible ideas of getting somebody to be business liaison or something like that, where they start to identify this with the 101s or whatever. But I don't think we have the ability to do that, and I don't think it's reasonable to expect the business commission to come up with the perfect event for the city. I think that's a job. Like, that's actually like somebody's job, like full-time job. How do I build an event that does that? So I would just eliminate number 11 because I don't think you have the bandwidth to do it. I don't know that we're necessarily going about it the correct way. I do think it's a great recommendation for city staff, and to give to Staff Member Delilah and Staff Member James, City Manager's office. I think it's a great idea. Like, hey, we need this. This would be helpful, but I think it stops there, right? And I think they've got to take the ball and figure out how do we attract that business, that event, not what is that event going to be. So I would remove that because I don't think we're gonna get very far with it. Nor do we have the staff and resources to currently do it, especially at a commission level. So that's kind of where I'm at. I was like, wow, 11 items is a lot. But again, it comes back to, I think, even though I think we should pull some of these items, I think you're going to be successful in everything because this shows how motivated you are to do well. So there's going to be more talk, and we'll go through it all, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Schaefer.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to go the other way with all this. I think that exactly how it is exactly how it should be. I think this commission has been eager from the get-go, out the gates. My stance on this is this commission, it bridges all of the commissions. It brings our city together in ways that other commissions just can't. This is about as important a commission we could have right now at this point in our city. There's a lot of changes happening. We're at Encinitas like 3.0, I feel like, and changes are upon us with technologies, with transportation as a service, with large developments coming in. We're at a changing point in our existence as a city as we turn 40 this year. So I think the high, medium, and low is appropriately placed, and it gives you guys a chance to work on the high, medium, and then the low might just fall out. So I think you guys appropriately brought it to us in a way that you're going to discover what you discover, and then we'll make decisions after that. I think you guys working with the Main Street 101s exactly how they are, encouraging them to work with you and being our ears on the ground, hearing what they have to say. So I think I would recommend Mike to not be changing too much right yet because we haven't all talked and discussed yet. But you guys have been eager. You guys got together 4 times since we started, and I'm not going to slow you down because you're going to come back with what you come back with, and then we'll figure it out from there. But I don't think we have to slow you down right now, and you guys will figure out over the year what falls to the wayside and what actually pops up. But from what I've seen as a whole picture of how the commission's already been working, it's been pretty phenomenal. And you guys have gone out and done way more than I think than most commissions out the gates. So why would I slow you down, personally? I want to keep you guys going. I want to keep this where it's headed. I think your relationships with the Main Street 101s and the chamber, it's going to be, I think you guys linking arms with them and using that resource as not an oversight. I don't think it's a magnifying glass by any stretch of the imagination, other than using their influence and their location. And I was at Leucadia the other day talking about safety up in Leucadia, and I see Jeff Shade there. I see Stacy Riddell. She's there just because she's a part of that, and I think the overlap is apparent in situations that has nothing to do with the business commission, but has to do with safety, and that kind of shows how this is so intertwined with where the city's headed. One thing I will say is I don't think that we've talked enough about the Olympics. 2 years from this date, right now, we'll have just closed 2020 Olympics. So a lot of the marketing and stuff that's coming is coming naturally because 90 miles away, we're going to have the largest event in the world, and you see what just happened with the World Cup. The love for America somehow came back in this model, and I think that in that moment, I think that people around the world were buying tickets to get here after seeing what they saw from either their own country people or just what they saw happening in this country. So again, I think this city's at a critical time, and I think this business commission going as far as you can on all 11 items, in my personal opinion. I don't think there's any oversight. If there is issues, I think that we would stop them here, and that's the key.
Just ask a question.
It's okay with him.
Just a quick question. It seems like 7 would be a good opportunity to maybe add that in if you want to add the Olympics. I think it's a great idea.
Correct. I'm not going to tell them how to do it. I'm going to give them the objective, and they're going to figure out how to do it and where it fits appropriately. You guys have subcommitted properly, it looks like. I've seen the Public Health and Safety Commission. They have done a phenomenal job in their subcommittee model, getting a lot more done in a shorter amount of time by using that subcommittee and bringing it back to the whole and working somewhat tirelessly to get this thing done. So I'm highly appreciative of what you guys brought forward, and in a year from now, this thing is going to refine. I say this a lot, that the CEO that gets you to where you want to go, that starts a company, isn't usually the same CEO that's going to get you for the long term. It's just two different personalities, two different situations. But this commission as a beginning, far and wide, I don't think there's a direction you can go that we can't study that wouldn't be of help. To at least to have an analysis from there to make a decision. Right now, I don't want to cut you guys anywhere. And if you find something, then it comes back here and we make a decision here as a body to make that go forward or not go forward because it's overstep or whatever the issue is. So I'm highly appreciative of everything you guys have done so far. I want to encourage you guys to keep going. And I think you'll find, as organized as this work plan is, even though it's 11, I think it'll naturally find its way to its success, and what, the cream will rise to the top and some of the other stuff will just kind of fall off. So you guys will determine that along the path, continue on, and like I said, bringing the Olympics into that study is, and actually Mike and I just talked about this today. The Encinitas Board Riders Club and stuff like that, major Olympics. We have 2 U.S. Open winners that live right here in town. There's surf skate. We're going to be at the forefront of people pre and post Olympics coming here specifically just to enjoy their vacation before and after. So what I would say with the Olympic side is this. It's actually a really good time to start using this special moment to get more business, to be able to get a total customer. So somebody that comes into town, they stay here, they go down to the beach, they go to this restaurant, they go to that skate shop, they go to that thing. So you're gonna have a customer that's gonna go through maybe 3, 4, 10, 15 businesses, whatever it ends up being. And that creates collaboration, that creates community, that creates unity as a city, and watching how the city can come together in a time of basically world togetherness. And so we can use that energy to and up to and through if it's done right. So I thank you guys for what you've done.
Okay. I'll hop in. I'm going to build off of what Jim said. I think you were going down a lot of the tracks I was thinking too. I thought number 2 was excellent. I think that I want combining number 8 and number 1. I do think they're so parallel. I would make that one of your top high priority. SWOT analysis and tell us what the economic plan. But I want to talk about, and then later in 6 and 7, you talk about maximizing revenues and taxes, and I think actually we can take those out. And here's why. The overall goal is to improve the business friendliness of Encinitas and to make it easier to have a business here and get the right business mix. But that business mix is not necessarily maximizing the dollar, because that'll lead you down a path to Pacific Beach. That's how Pacific Beach became what they are, party town, bars. You'll have an alcohol, coffee environment. I don't want that. I think we've got that. What we want, and I think what I'm looking for is your goal is not to maximize revenue, but to make sure that our business community, we're a good place to do business, it's easy to do business, and we provide all the services, shops, businesses that our residents and visitors want. That, to me, is your mission statement, more than maximizing dollars. And I think maximizing dollars heads you in exactly the wrong way. You know, it would say make every shop an alcohol, a coffee in the morning, alcohol in the afternoon, and an expensive lunch at lunch. But we don't want to do that. So what I would recommend is that 1 and 8 gets combined into 1, and 6 and 7 get reworked. And to the degree you're trying to maintain a healthy business environment, put that in with number 1. And so let's see, with Jim, you said 2 is excellent. I agree, 2 is excellent. I agree on number 3, take out the head count comment, and I wholeheartedly agree with both Councilmember Lyons and O'Hara. Recommend rather than ensure, you know, just to keep us all straight. And I agree on number 4, and I'll just talk in general about the 101s and the Encinitas Chamber. Yeah, they have their jobs and their missions, and always remember they're membership driven. They serve their members. They don't serve they do a lot for the whole city, but they should always be focused on their members. And I view the commission as being representative of you're advising for us so that we can make it better for not just the 101s and the chamber, but all the businesses throughout. And as I said, a mission statement about providing all the desired services, shops, businesses that our residents and visitors and business people want in the city. So that takes me down. We talked about 6. Again, I'm not trying to just maximize tourism or alcohol. Number 7, same thing. What was number 8? Hang on. There's a lot going on here. I do applaud how much you put in here. Number 8 was economic. Oh, yeah, we already talked about that, combining that with number 1. And I agree with that. Number 9, I agree, take it out. I don't even want to see a occupancy discussion in here. The other thing about number 9 that I was going to mention, is that the one that, which one had the El Camino Real specific plan mentioned in it? That, number 4, yeah. I wanted to speak about that because I was the only person on council, probably even in the public, that went to every one but one. I only missed one of the meetings of that subcommittee. And it's the wrong tool for what you're trying to accomplish here. That a specific plan will get one lot developed to the view, but the lot next door could take 50 or 100 years or may never develop. The tool for developing a corridor like that is a streetscape or something like that, but that requires money. So I would take any reference to the El Camino Real specific plan out, and if we delete item 4, that's what I would recommend. We delete item 4 if I hadn't said that already. Let's see, where am I? 9, 10. 10's great. 11, I would say, I think I'm kind of following what Jim said. Hold and let it come naturally. Quite frankly, I didn't know. What is the third big event? You're listed 2. What's the third one? I'm not even quite sure. We're not talking like holiday parade or
The street fairs and the taste.
Okay, okay. Because you could look at it and say, hey, you know, what's the impact of holiday parade, street fairs, and there's both positive and negative. If you wanted to look at that kind of thing and evaluate what the impact of cyclovia is and how do we maximize, maybe there's some combinations there. We've talked about that before up here. I'd be open to that kind of work plan for number 11, but I agree with Deputy Mayor O'Hara that we don't pick the big events. They kind of pick us, and we facilitate them if they fit within our what our people, what the visitors, and what the residents of Encinitas want. And let's see. Then I had one question, which is, what is a heads in bed program? I didn't understand that. Is that some industry speak I'm not aware of?
What number is that?
Oh, I knew you'd ask me something like that. Number 7. It was the last bullet. It says explore heads in beds program. And is that just maximizing occupancy? Okay. Okay, so I got it. And with that, I'll rest, but I think I generally came down very close, and I maybe did a little more combining than you did even. So with that, I'll yield to Councilmember San Antonio.
I thought this was a great work plan. I mean, so much, a lot of it makes a lot of sense. I think when I think of a work plan, I think when we use our work plan, we kind of use it as, a checklist. I know we had some 70 or something on our work plan, and, yes, 77. And at the end, we had them in green, yellow, or red, and most of them were green, and the ones that were yellow were in the process. So I guess when I look at this work plan, I think I just want to, when I think of it as a work plan, I think of it as it is something that is measurable, that towards the end. And I know this is the initial year, and I think that's why it's so important that we get this. I'm glad we're all talking about it, and that it's important because this is essentially it's precedent setting. What you guys are doing now is going to set the tone for what happens the next year and what the city's going to look at, or what the businesses is going to look like. So I guess maybe it's not so much that a lot of it's assessing or review or exploration. I think it's I think that the permitting process, reviewing that is huge. I had actually 2 people come into the shop today. One of them just by accident, and she mentioned the people I was in there talking to said I was on city council, so that's what we talked about. She was just hanging out with one of the guys, so it became a conversation. So now and she was having problems with permitting. So I guess on top of what we've all heard here, that is huge for me. I wrote down so many notes, but it was all about the permitting process because it was at the forefront of my mind. But I feel like, I guess I'm just looking for something measurable, I guess, towards the end, that we can check, that you guys can check something off. And like I said, I know it's the initial year, and we're trying to, you're going to find your way. And to what Councilmember Schaefer said, I don't want to slow you guys down, but I want you guys to be successful. And I don't know how this is going to be looked at next year when this is there going to be a lot of green, or are we going to be like, oh, they didn't do it, they didn't quite accomplish as much as we thought they would. I want you guys to succeed 100% because it's important to me. I have a business here. Jeff, you've got one. I just want this to be looked at as like, oh man, we really accomplished everything, and we are close to it. And when people look at this work plan, they're going to go, dude, this is amazing. And that's why when I look at this, it does look amazing. But I just want to be sure that it's measurable. But that's my only suggestion.
Okay, and Councilmember Lyons.
Thank you, Mayor. Now that I've heard all my colleagues' thoughts, I'd like to share some other additional thoughts. I am most aligned with Councilmember Schaefer in that I don't want to micromanage this commission right up front. I love the creativity of the ideas, the kind of broad approach. I understand, and I totally would expect that some of these would move forward more quickly than others. I'm comfortable with that. I'm okay that it's shooting high. So if we can tweak a few things, I really feel comfortable with it heading in the direction as the commission has initially suggested. So I'll go down each one and kind of explain that a little bit in more detail. And if I know Councilmember Schaefer's speaking after me, and if he wants to put a motion forward, I just want him to know I would support it. So on 1, I do agree with combining 8. That makes a lot of sense. So that's wonderful. 2 looks like it's staying as it is. 3, it looks like we're doing some minor edits. And then if we could go to 4, I don't mind keeping 4 because I'd like to, I read it completely differently, and I think, Jeff, you were trying to also clarify that maybe the nomenclature you used, it seems like you're talking about the associations, but I see that you're talking about geographic areas of the city and how each village is different, and each village broader than the associations, not the associations, but each of the villages really have a different vibe. So if that's what you meant, then maybe we could clarify the wording to be more geographic areas of the city or villages, to help clarify that. I'd like to capture that the commission is understanding and wants to capture the difference between different parts of the city. So, and number 5 doesn't have any edits. Number 6, I agree with the, was there, wait a minute.
Number 6, we were looking for clarity on it, and that was kind of the question. It was unclear.
Was number 6, I'm sorry, I think I got my numbers wrong on my notes, so. What you're trying to say with number 6, and perhaps it could be said, perhaps this is good enough, but I think I'm hearing what you're trying to say is tax revenue is a thing, but it's only one thing. And our Encinitas vibe, our ethos is gonna be so much more important. And I heard the mayor say this, I feel it. This needs to be delicately and accurately captured by the business commission, that this is not just tax revenue, and that's how we are different. Now, it's not like we're not going to pay attention to tax revenue. It is a data point, but if we will not succeed unless we properly capture the uniqueness we have in our community, and it's almost the overriding thing for me. So I think if these edits say that, I just wanted to reinforce that's where I would support also. Let's see. I don't think I have any other comments.
Can I throw something your way?
Yeah.
What if the focus of that one is to just really focus on what you just said, ensuring, or how do we ensure that the vibe, the ethos of Encinitas is a mainstay of how we develop our economic development plan and support our businesses and all that. I think that kind of goes into what that is.
So maybe we could just reword this, and maybe our language is too soft. I might suggest the commission, instead of fits with the ethos of the community, maybe the ethos of the community drives the decision-making of our maximizing visitors' experience.
Yeah, I think we're on the right track.
I might not have had enough words in there yet, but I was trying to use the words that were already typed here. Thank you for that input. So I think I'll jump to, I don't think I have anything on number 7. Number 8, is moved to number 1, number 9. I'm okay with it, removing Explore Vacancy Tax, but I did like Deputy Mayor O'Hara's suggestion. Oh yeah, you've got it here, the pop-ups. Okay, never mind, good there. We can move on. We'll jump down to 11, and I'm okay with not moving 11 forward because I haven't yet, through the dialogue today, understood exactly what it is. And if we're gonna add 12, I see that as being a more eminent level of focus that almost takes the place of number 11, so I'd be comfortable with that as well. I will yield.
Okay, Councilmember Schaefer.
All right, thank you. Again, as an initial plan, we want to go through, I think that the difference between 1 and 8 is you guys are doing an analysis on number 1 and actually going through the analysis. Maybe the reason combining is that from your analysis, you're going to create input on the strategic plan. So they could be two separate, where the analysis is separate, so that has to get done. I think if we're thinking about it up here, keeping them separate actually gets them through the plan better. They start checking off more things. The analysis is the analysis, separate from that. So the analysis got done, that's in red, that's a high order. So it gets done, whether they have input on that from there because of these other things, they're not gonna have the input unless they do some of these other things. Again, we heard from the consultant that came in, there's 3 main ways to improve, and there's this kind of 3 Bravo version or 3B with festivals. Laguna Beach is probably the glaring example of how much money they make. We have a Bro-Am that has a free concert, that has a massive setup. If we combine that or do something where the STR can actually rent out for 3 days, leave town, go on vacation, and there might be a way for us to get a maximum amount of tax dollars from just doing an event versus having to do a whole revamp of our business strategic plan. Like I said, we don't know what we don't know, and the fact is the city is a bedroom community, and most of our tax comes from our individual owners. That's where our main tax comes from, and then after that, it's scripts and the large red brick buildings, and then the cars. So, and that's a vast majority of our tax. The individual, again, I don't say this to step on anybody's toes, the city does not need small businesses. We want small businesses. That's part of our character. Cities after city across America have foregone their small businesses and put big boxes in. We actually come from a community that could probably afford to have our wants. Some of those cities around the country don't have the ability to afford their wants. So we're at a point where to have a 1970s VW bus costs a lot more than just having a standard new car. So to keep things and to keep them funky and all that stuff, it's now costing us more, which is fine if we want to pay for that. And so for you guys to go and do the investigative work on this, I think it's absolutely imperative that we don't put too many restrictions on you now to go find out that plan and really point us in a direction that will help keep this community the community. And this is why I think this plan is so good right now, is that you guys have organized it in a high, medium, and low. So you're telling us out the gates, stomp, stomp, to you guys up here, is low is low. If it falls out, it falls out. It's not a requirement. And so I don't want to overthink it. When they've already brought up their plan, they're willing to go on it and willing to work on it. So 6 and 7 are pretty much related. And if we find a high, vacancy rate, which stomp, stomp, El Camino, it's dying on the vine. Growing up here in the 80s and 90s, that was the bread and butter. That was the main spot. That was the AMC. That was the billiards. That was the arcade that doesn't exist. That was all of the spot that everybody hung out. And it's kind of gone to the wayside. And the businesses on El Camino are suffering. So we need to have kind of a deep dive into what is going to be successful going forward and what's going to drive us forward, like our city to the north. They've done a good job of making sure their economic development stayed in front of the development that came slamming down on us by the state. We are on the opposite side of that. We didn't do that. We delayed our infrastructure, and now we're stuck paying the bill on something that's not being funded. So if we don't come up with something, somewhat kind of vast in a business model in the future, we could be kicking ourselves in the ass here in 10, 15 years when we haven't done this kind of full in and given them the ability to go far and wide. And then again, they're not deciding anything. Not one thing is getting decided by this commission. It's getting investigated. And so it's like going into a physical. If you go into a physical and you say, I don't want to see that side because I probably have cancer over there, well, then you just leave the physical not knowing everything that you need to know, right? If you go into the physical and you say, hey, let's go upside down, inside out, whatever we got to do to find out what we have to find out, and then from there we can cut this thing up and go forward with it. But you guys have brought stuff that should be investigated, 100%. And if it's occupancy tax, if for some reason we're seeing that there's an occupancy that can't sustain, I don't think that beer and wine and it's going to be the only thing going forward. We look to the city, a couple cities south. They have one Paseo. They're doing great, right? We have city to the north, just to the north, the Forum, and it's bustling. You drive next door to the city of Encinitas, not so bustling, right? Bresci Ranch, bustling. We're shooting ourselves in the foot to get this thing started and then try to put chains on it to slow it down. Let's go and see that things are changing. I have my in-laws have a business on the beach in Santa Monica for 50 years. They've changed from they started as pizza and Coke, now they went to rentals, bikes and stuff, and now they're going into more beach club and EDM music, which I don't know from the crowd I see in here how many people listen to electronic music. But it's not right now. It's a movement. It's the disco movement of the modern era. So we don't, and again, my hair is not quite as gray, but it's heading that direction. The fact is if we don't start to look at this thing as a full picture that there are some changes coming, the changes will be thrust upon us, or we're going to die on the vine. And so this business plan, or I think this plan should go forward because they signed off on what they're willing to do. And it is a lot of work, but you said it's a full-time job. Well, they just committed to the full-time job for free. So we don't, they're not getting paid anything. They have the intelligent minds. They're the ones that wanted to do this. And so why would we slow them down when they have this chance? And we can give our inputs, but it's getting us all the information. And then from the physical, we can decide if we need to get back in shape, stop eating more, whatever we have to do to fix it and get ourselves moving forward, especially with the development coming in. And so, the market drives a lot of things, and the times are changing. And if this is the perfect time to have this, it's the perfect time to get into sequence with whatever the changes are coming. And if we see that, or a future council or future business commission sees all of this really good data that we can use to go forward with, well, now that we can cut. This is the measure twice, cut once. The measure 3 times, cut once. But we start cutting it down before it gets measured. We might cut something off before we even measured it. So I would motion to, besides maybe a couple words, head count. Again, I don't think it's going to offend anybody unless we go forward with something that's going to drastically hurt businesses from this recommendation. But if the recommendation comes in that's what it is, then we'll make that decision then. But why cut them at the knees before they've even gotten started and started to full go, especially when they've shown their work ethic from the start to now?
And I'll second that motion.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense that we asked all this stuff and then now we're going, that's not really what we think, and now we're getting into the weeds of telling them how to do their job. That's not our job. Our job is objective. Your job is to bring us what you think can be done, exactly how you've done it. So I just can't speak, as passionately about this one topic, about really anything else right now, because this is, I've come into this town. The reason I'm even sitting up here is because it's changed in ways that I didn't want it to. And the only thing constant in life is change in taxes, right? And this change is coming, and the fact is, especially with the housing stuff, either we change it the way we want it, or they're going to change it the way that they want it, whoever they is. And that's dollars, that's money, outside investors. And the last thing I'll say about this is the permit stuff. Talking a lot of time with our development services, we have amazing professionals in this town. We've got a Michelin star chef that can't get his permits for 5 years, and he opened 2 businesses in Carlsbad specifically because they couldn't get through the Encinitas permit process. We have a developer that wants to put a boutique hotel right here on La Costa. He's been 7 years in entitlement. He leaves, Orange County developers come in. So if we want to have our people doing our things and the small businesses that we want, don't need, there's differences between wants and needs. We have the money in this town. We have the gentrification happening, and that's market driven. That's not us. That's not you. That's not anybody other than just the market. Not many people can afford $5 million anything, let alone a designer or whatever. But that's the direction we're heading. And if we don't do this right, I probably won't live here for very much longer, if that makes sense. And so the goal for me is for this to be done exactly how it is. Get us the information, and we'll make decisions of where this thing goes after that. But I appreciate it exactly how it is, if you guys are willing to do the work. I mean, it's a lot of work, and I appreciate what you guys put up here. But if you're willing to do the work, I'm willing to support it, and then we'll make decisions on the other side of that. So thank you.
Okay, Deputy Mayor O'Hara.
Sure, I think those are all comments that would be based more towards it if we were getting an economic development plan put in front of us, not a commission work plan. Before I go into this, I did miss one of my notes here, and I just want to go back on this. Under number 1, determine who will perform the analysis. I think they should determine the variables that the city will look at in deciding who performs the analysis, which would be incredibly helpful. It'd be great to have a checklist of like, here's the needs that the person who's going to help us with our economic development needs to check off. As far as who decides, that's going to be staff and city council at that point. So just to make it clear, but I think that would be an enormously huge resource that this commission could provide. I'm going to address some of the comments real quick. I don't think this slows them down at all. I think when you take a fire hose and you spray it wide, it sprays and you get a nice garden flow, maybe a rainbow. When you focus it, you get a fire hose. And that fire hose will go through a rock wall if it has to. So I don't think this slows them down at all. This accelerates them. It gives them the ability to really tackle these specific items that we really need very quickly. So I'm going to disagree there. I also don't think this keeps them from working with the chambers and the chamber and the 101s. They have a great relationship with it. I think it allows them to go back and forth and soundboard. I do want to discuss item 4, where that's all mentioned real quickly. Kind of looking at this plan, I kept going like, what is it I'm like stuck on here? And while I still think number 4 should be eliminated, I think maybe this is a discussion for all of us up here, really what I think number 4 should be, and I think is not on here, really anywhere else. And the mayor kind of touched on it, and I think you were going the right direction, and maybe, I think the El Camino Real corridor needs to be looked at. And maybe it's just as broad as that. El Camino Real corridor. Yeah. Really simple. It's not on there. It says El Camino Real specific plan, and that is that you could develop a commission or a committee that solely focused on that, and they would still come back in a year and not have a good report. It's how many hundreds of pages? It's crazy.
I don't think it's that bad, but it's complicated.
It's complicated. You get an SB 211, you get an AB 6, you get into all of these laws that are hugely complicated. So maybe that's it. Maybe number 4 gets replaced with examine the El Camino Real corridor. Just as open, let them run with it. It's an area of absolute need in the city, to your point. So maybe that's a solution to number 4, and that's kind of why we got kind of hung up there. I think that would be a really good thing. I'm going to talk to Councilmember San Antonio's concept of the work plan, and I think this will reason out as to why I want to diminish the number of items on here. How many members? I'm going to ask Councilmember San Antonio. How many members are on the Business Commission? 9, right? There's 5 people up here and 250 employees of the city, 280 employees of the city, working however many meetings we have, basically weekly. They're working daily to get those done. This commission has 8 meetings to come back to us. There's a huge difference, right? And so to get to those green bars, I think we need to point that fire hose and make it direct. That's my reason for it. It's the same as yours, which is to get those green boxes checked off and make sure that all of them come back green. Because I think they'll do a great job in all these. As for the, I'm going to make a motion, a replacement motion in a second. The other thing kind of in this box number 4, right, which is been a great conversation up here, and I think you'll probably go back to the commission with a lot of like, okay, we can work with this, we can go with this. The chamber's probably come with some ideas in here, right? One thing I think is really important that would be a great thing to come back with. You know, you mentioned the consultant, right? I was insulted by the consultant. I thought he did the lowest hanging fruit he could give us, and he was trying for a free ride from the city. He gave us 3 options we already have, and we could go down one. That's not a good economic development plan. That's just trying to take advantage of a moment so you can make a check. There are more than 3 opportunities out there. Every city out there has more than 3 opportunities. I've said it before up here. People will talk about, oh, why don't we have our own police department? No offense. We would hire you if we did. But people say, why don't we have our own police department? Well, we would need additional revenue streams to get to that point. We're not going to get there unless we become Pacific Beach to the point where we can do that. So I would love to see in this work plan, and maybe there's a space on here where this works out, that vision. What is the vision of the city? What are the opportunities? And maybe it's just breaking it down a matrix. These are what all the cities around us do for their revenue streams. Here's the likelihood that we could do it in Encinitas. Is there a landmass for it? Is there a space that somebody might be willing to bring in that type of business? On there would probably be amusement park. And the answer would be, can't do it. But it's on there. We've explored it. We've looked at it. That's what a thorough economic development plan does. It brings back what are the opportunities, identifies the best routes to go, and not one of 3 channels, routes. So you create a robust economic development plan down the road. I think that's the one thing I've kind of preached. I don't know if I've said it clearly enough till now, but I'd love to see that come back, that vision of what are all the opportunities and which ones make the most sense for Encinitas, whether we can do them or not. I think that rubric, that matrix, whatever it is, whatever you want to bring it back, I think that should fit in here somewhere. And I think if we did that, I mean, that would be as worthwhile as only doing 3 of these and that. It's such a valuable piece. So maybe that gets added into item 1. I see you typing wherever. But I think that's the one thing that's what can take the Business Commission from being a commission that deals with stuff as comes at it as to being visionary for the city. That one step, and that's what we need. That's what we want to do, and we have the ability to do it. It's not an easy step. It's a hard step, and it'll take you all 8 meetings to do that, or 10 meetings if you want to have extra meetings. But I think that's really important, and I haven't put it to good words until just now. So hopefully that made sense. So I'm going to make a substitute motion. And that's going to be to make the adjustments to the vocabulary and sentences on here that we suggested, including the last one I made about the determining the performance, how the variables that will be considered when the business analysis is performed. That's in box 1. So here's my motion. My motion is to combine 8 and 1, go to 2, include 2, 3 with the recommended actions of the rest of the council, change 4 to that really simple, examine opportunities on El Camino Real corridor, or whatever, however we have it written in there.
Take out the specific plan comments.
Yes.
Yeah,
and just take the whole thing and make the whole thing about El Camino Real corridor. Include number 5. I think number 6 with that, if we can work on the verbiage, I think exactly the way Councilmember Lyons said it was great. I think that's exactly where we should go. And I think it's huge, and it'll be something that you can carry over the rest of your work plan as far as a guiding light.
That was the ethos comment?
Yeah, the ethos and the culture, making sure that is
Not just, sorry, what I said before was not just with that, with the ethos as a item, but driven by the ethos of our unique community.
Yes. Thank you. Appreciate the clarification. Number 7, with the change of identify opportunities in tourism industry and TOT, that would create a benefit of economic development. Number 8, I said combine with 1. Number 9 with the adjustments, the pop-up and getting rid of vacancy tax, except number 10, and then I think remove number 11. I really think you did a great
Hold on
job.
it or eliminate it?
Eliminate it.
Okay. And back to 9, I didn't get 9, what you said there.
Oh, number nine, we had some changes to eliminate the Explore vacancy tax and then put in temporary or pop-up permit ideas. It's just a carrot versus a stick idea, and it's, as I said before, I feel like that would be an immoral tax.
Okay.
I think they've done a great job with this, and I think it's been a really good conversation. And I think they'll be really successful. And I think some of the combinations we made, I think, strengthen this. And like I said, I think that really brings them from being a spray to a fire hose. And I'm excited, really excited, to see not only this come back successfully, but to see the staff get something that they can really sink their teeth into and really benefit the city on. So thank you so much for your work, and that's my motion. I hope I get a second.
Okay, you get it. I'll make a second on one friendly, easy one.
Sure.
I would, number 5, raise that from a medium to a high. That's the downtown parking. And because we're going to be reconsidering that in a year, and I'd love to get that as one of your priorities to get done. So make that a medium to a high, in which case I'll second this.
Sure, I'm great with that.
And you captured a lot of what I had said too, and I appreciate it. And I think I heard a lot of what Councilmember Lyons had said too in there. So I think it's very good. Just to be clear, eliminating any mention of the El Camino Real specific plan, and instead talking about the corridor as a business area. And I think that was the intent that I heard from Jerry, and I'm seeing a nod from Jerry.
Yeah, so the item change was to eliminate the item and really change the item into examine opportunities in the El Camino corridor. So not just the whole thing.
Yeah, and I want to double down on your comment, not change anything in the motion, about the consultant. If you remember, the consultant offered to, in the writing of the proposal, to introduce us to big box and chain stores and chain restaurants. And I can't imagine the last thing I wanted was that consultant doing that. And I think that's why we opted out of that consultant completely. So I'm just building on what you said. And I don't think we're slowing down. I think we're actually getting the objective clarified, especially not maximizing dollars and all we want to maintain while having a full business community and a good, easy business community. And my last comment would be about the Olympics. And I lived in LA during the '84 Olympics. It was the biggest non-event I've ever seen. I could drive from one side of LA faster to the other side than any other time in my entire life. So the amount of economic activity down here, in fact, what will happen, I predict, is that people will avoid Southern California because of the Olympics, and we may actually see a drop in tourism during the Olympics, because that is exactly what happened in Redondo Beach when I lived up there. So be careful about overstating the Olympics. I think you're going to find there's so many warnings going about traffic in LA. People will actually avoid coming here except for the people going to the Olympics. So with that, I got a second, and we'll move on to Councilmember Schaefer.
Yeah, this is, so real quick, the 8 meetings doesn't include all the subcommittees that are going to have to meet. So that's an exhaustive portion of this. I think that you're talking about the fire hose. The fire hose is directed at the highs. So there's 3 high, right? So we go after the initial, if you will, fire in this case. So 1, 2, and 3 get knocked out. Once they're there, you redirect to the medium, right? The medium, there's only 3 of those.
But I think we added to the motion a 4th high, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which one?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. Number 5, which is the parking.
Yeah, it's outdoor dining.
Only because of the timeliness, because we're going to be dealing with that within a year.
Mm-hmm.
So number 5, I'm reading the same thing. Subcommittee to assess recommended outdoor dining requirements and opportunities.
Yeah, and
review outdoor dining effects on parking and possible.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so
and we're going to be dealing with that within the next year.
Okay, so even if we do that, right, so it takes another medium and puts it up into high. So we still, just between the items, there's 6 combined high and medium. I think that if they only got that done and there was 5 of the low that were left hanging, I don't think that changes anything. Those are still out there, just like a CIP program. Once you get done paving one road, You go to the next road, you go to the next road, you go to the next, this is a run. If somebody falls out, if this commission was somehow revamped and a complete new group came in, they'd have a running order on how to go down this and things that have already kind of been checked off. This is a longer checklist than they may have time, but it gets the thing running in the direction that it needs to go. And when we talk about the consultant, I don't think the consultant from where we stood, maybe he wasn't the right person for us. I think was saying that in the end, there usually is three big ways for cities to make money. That's really what it was coming down to. It wasn't saying that this is what you have to choose. It was just saying that after 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, that this is what it ultimately comes down to, these big three. And that's really what he was trying to get at. And there's a one, again, 3 Bravo was the festival model. And that was what he was saying. So I don't see that this is being sprayed, all over the place. I think it's a very directed high, medium, low, knowing that the low may fall out. And some of the low are, I think, combined. I think 6 and 7, they run hand in hand. I don't think that they're that far off. Again, 8, you want to combine 8 and 1. I don't really care. It's just making one longer. And then the analysis is different than the draft. You analyze and then you do separate, you do a draft. So the analyze is the analyze is the analyze. That is a separate, we can go back to that. But if it's an analyze and draft, then it's always going to be lumped in as one analysis with the draft. What's that?
They don't do the draft.
I know they said they could. That's what it says. 8 says provide input on the city's draft economic plan. So,
but just to clarify, they don't do the draft. The draft is they provide information, and then the draft comes from staff.
They're going to give us their cliff notes on it. That's basically what's going to happen. They're going to come back and give us a brief on the grander economic development.
They're going to give input.
Correct. I get big plans, narrowed down into a 50-minute flight. I get how to do that. So my point is the analysis has to come first, and that is separate. That analysis will run pretty much the rest of the 10. So you want that separate. You want that to come back to, that's the ABCs. Like if we forget how to spell something, go back to the ABCs. Like go back to the basics, and that is separate. That's why it's separate. You just have it set up so that when we get lost and the plan may get a little confusing, we go right back to the analysis, and the analysis is stable without introducing our input on combining the two. Because once they're combined, they're always combined, and not the analysis separate. So when we want to pull the analysis out and just talk about the analysis, that's what we're talking about, not the analysis plus the draft. So I don't think that they're necessarily needed to be combined. Again, 5 and 6 or 6 and 7 basically go hand in hand, and we'll work together. As far as that one little task about the parking and the solutions, the parking lot out here, the Pacific View Art Center, there's other things that they're looking at. So again, I think we're meddling in a plan that they came to with us that they signed off on their own. They agreed to this. We didn't go down there and tell them what's going on. They came up with this, and I think it's absolutely phenomenal. Again, there's a little bit of wording in here. Again, once you get out to El Camino corridor or a specific plan, I think they were trying to appease us and say, well, correct me if I'm wrong, Jeff, you guys were going to that because you saw that there's a specific plan and that you thought that's where we're headed as a city, and you guys thought you would get ahead of it, jump on that plan, look at it, and see how we can make that come to life.
I think you summarized that pretty well, actually.
Correct. So they're going down the specific plan, whether it's the corridor and we want to get wordy about it, so be it. Point is that's not what it was intended. They're going to get out there, and I'm going to tell you, we all know that there's going to be hard work to go down El Camino Real and figure out that plan. But El Camino Real, again, dying on the vine. It is dead. People drive through it, drive past it, get away from it. Do not go there unless you have to. That's what, again, that used to be the safe haven. That was where everybody was. Every kid in Encinitas on Friday, Saturday night, Saturday, the whole weekend were there. And that's just what it was. So again, there's 6 high and medium, and there's 6 low or 5 low. The high and medium is what I would recommend, and my recommendation to the commission is focus on the first 6, and that I think is the priority, which is why they did the high, medium, low, and then then from there, if able, get to the low, which I think you guys would probably be able to get to at least 2 or 3 of the low, if not all of them. So because of their subcommittee models, because of their 8 normal meetings, I think there's a way to come back with a very detailed analysis if we allow them to. I think trying to meddle in this and whatnot, and they're gonna have to, from their subcommittees, narrow this thing down and make it a full presentation. So I think we get better work by allowing them to do exactly what is already on here and not meddling in it, and then we get back something that's not quite what we wanted, or they were gonna do that, but they didn't, and now we're asking for more. I would leave it just as is. So that's why I think that. And again, the consultant, you can be offended by him or whatnot. We didn't go with him. That's exactly what we did. He sat here and gave us a presentation. We said we didn't like it. We went our merry way. So I do think the consultant would have helped, not maybe that one, a consultant would have helped this group do a lot of these, and with a professional background, with professional data analysis that they already know from other cities, trying to keep their character. We're not the only city in the world that's trying to keep their character, especially with the state of California right now. So I think it would have been that arm that maybe Delilah and Mike don't have the bandwidth in this current state to go run down on their own. But we've forewent that back then. So I'm going to stick with the motion that I put forth.
Excuse me, council. We have someone from the commission who would wanted to know if they could make a comment. One of the commission members.
Yeah, I'll allow that.
I actually just have a question. Hi.
Hi.
Commissioner Kreider. Hello. I just have a question that maybe would help us clarify something. When you guys set up this commission, you kind of did it by D1, D2, D3, D4, and then at large.
Mm-hmm.
So when we got together, we one of the first things we did was kind of divide by those districts and then reach out. Each of us reached out to businesses within the district that we represent, and the at-large people helped the other people, so that we could start to develop an idea of what those different districts wanted. And through that, we discovered that really in business, nobody knows what district they're in. We had people coming from different places to different meetings, and because they cross over so much. I mean, El Camino Corridor has all four. And so we, I think that 4 kind of came from something, it really didn't have anything to do with the chambers, actually, or the Leucadia 101. It was more, we originally started with like defining these areas, D1, D2, D3, D4, and instead, the next time we came, or one of those times, we came back and tried to maybe do it more by what does the El Camino Corridor need, and what does it look like? And what does the 101, what happens down there? And when I hear you guys talking about it, I know that you haven't really mentioned anything about these sort of specific areas. So I just would like a little bit, in a way, like that you want us to focus on any of that. And I'm okay, I think we're all okay with whatever you want us to focus on. Or do you just want us to focus on the city? Does that make any sense? Like, I feel like.
I can answer that.
Okay. When you're done, I'll let.
So I think I'd just like a little bit of clarity if you want us to focus on specific areas, or if you want us to just focus on when we're doing the SWOT, like as a whole, or, that kind of thing.
So
Yeah,
Luke still has the floor,
so
and
just
then Jim will have it
to
next.
to amplify on that. So I think what you guys are doing is an analysis right now, and the analysis, what you just said, that's part of your findings. So you're doing exactly what we asked. You went into your individual districts. They didn't know that. How many businesses in certain locations throughout town, there's certain locations, I'm not going to name them because I don't want to highlight them, but that just don't succeed because of the location. And some of the stuff, we don't want the max dollars, but some of the mom and pops that were there just aren't surviving because, again, the gentrification is happening. Property values are going up. Rents are going up. Things selling beads anymore. The bead store down in, Lumberyard doesn't work anymore. It's just you can't sell enough beads to maintain that location. And so that's part of the problem, is that with the change, that we're not allowing the Business Commission to come back with that analysis. So what you did is you did exactly what we asked you, your individual districts, and you came back that's not how people feel. That's what you just did is exactly what we want. So There's a lot of businesses that aren't succeeding because of other factors that have nothing to do with anything that we can control, other than zoning.
I don't know how this answers the question.
So as far as what you guys should be focused on is exactly right now is analysis and getting that number one done, getting through those reds. And once you figure that out, that might make the other ones, you might obsolete. You might come back and say, because of this, we found out in number 1 or 2 permits, it completely negates 7 or whatever number it negates. And that's part of the work plan. But we're not trying to limit you. Again, this is an investigative moment as the world is changing and we're seeing cities to the north, cities to the south. We have a very wealthy community to the east of us, southeast of us, that chooses to go south through One Paseo and spend their money there. At the jewelry stores, at Nick's, south of Nick's, at all of these amazing restaurants that they are crushing it. And they have big business right next door with, Cushman and Wakefield that do their lunches there. They have apartments right there that spend their time there. They have kids that come from the high school. They're doing it in the way that is meant. Bresci Ranch, right? The Forum. Those are all Encinidians. Those are all Encinidians that live there and go to those spots. And we're dying on the vine. And so for us to not allow this analysis to come back full, exactly what the commissioner just said, we wouldn't know. Because we're cutting them at the knees, so.
That's not true.
Okay, all set? Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
So first off, our restaurants are not dying on the vine in the city. I wait in line anytime I go out, and I don't even go out on Saturdays now because I have to wait in line so long.
On El Camino?
On El Camino too. The only place that went was, there's one out there that went, and it went like a lot of restaurants do because of management. That said, the reason El Camino is, if you want to go back and forth on this, the reason El Camino is dying is because of the internet. Is it dying? No, it's still one of our more prosperous areas in the city. Can it be better? Yes. Aside, I'm going to answer the question. The question was, did we bring you on in districts so that you could represent each district? No, we didn't. We wanted the entire city represented so that we would get a holistic picture. So we wanted to make sure there was a representative from each district so that when we looked at it, it didn't become specific to one thing. It's very opposite of the question, and hopefully it answers to kind of, I think you need all of that representation because when you look at things holistically, you have to look at the whole city, right? When we look at a housing element or anything like that comes up, right? We have to look on not only what is it going to do to this part of this neighborhood is going to, what is it going to impact the whole city? And why is the specific type of impact pertinent to Cardiff? Why is it pertinent to downtown Encinitas? Why is it pertinent to Leucadia? Why is it pertinent to Leeuwenhoek or New Encinitas? We have to be able to look at all of those things. So it's a holistic approach, but that holistic approach, because of the character of our city, requires us knowing the intricacies of each one so that we can make a holistic approach that considers each of those nuances along the way. So hopefully that helps answer your question. I think you did great getting us, and I didn't say this well enough, you did a great job getting us a big plan in your first year, right? Where there's no, to your point, there's no previous plan that's come forward. There's no, like, where are we going with this? You've kind of been figuring this out. And staff, kudos to staff for working hard to help, to all the commission members. I've attended a few of the meetings, and I know how hard you're working. So I think you threw out, I actually think it's great that you threw out this big number and we whittled it down because I think nothing should have not been on the table. And you did that. Here's all the things we could do. And now we're saying, okay, let's bring it to a fire hose. Let's make it really work and make it so you can be really successful in these areas. And then next year we can look and say, okay, these are things that actually need to be here. Or now that we've gone here, like, we know more about these low priorities that maybe aren't getting on here or things that didn't combined that we can now expand because we've done the basic research. So that's really why I think it's so important to bring this down to something digestible, something that they can succeed on. And I know they will succeed. I know they'll go after all of these other items if they do it, but they'll be successful if they have, in the time they have, to be the most focused on what we absolutely need and can accomplish. And will serve the staff and the council well. And obviously the residents. I'll rest.
Okay, I'm going to hop in. To answer your question, I'll put it even more of a point. I really like number 4, how it's got the different areas. And I have to admit, I was confused, or I had it wrong when it said Cardiff 101. I don't think of Cardiff 101 as the business district would include Newcastle and all those. And in fact, you could almost split Cardiff into down by the beach, Kai's and Pacific Coast Grill, along with the campground, and then do you look at it separately, the same? So as far as assigning people from D1, D2, D3, D4, the intent was not to only have you focused on that any more than than Marco's focused on D4 only up here. We look at the whole thing. Planning Commission, same thing. Traffic Commission, same thing. So the goal was, and the reason I really wanted to take the El Camino Real specific plan out there, that is a tool that has a very defined region that doesn't even include certain portions, doesn't include the Encinitas Ranch, right? Or Home Depot. Those are separate from it. So it shouldn't even be mentioned. It should be called the North El Camino Real Corridor, which is, I think, the nomenclature you use, or South El Camino Real Corridor, and potentially include it. And I noticed you include the Olivenheim Business District in there too. So looking at, I'll call them business districts, is probably the best way to think of it, and just the region, the economic vitality. The 101s was a little confusing because we all fall into that trap of, hey, great branding, Cardiff 101, Encinitas 101, and Leucadia 101. We've completely accepted it at this point. So hopefully that answers your question with go look at each individual location citywide. And then I think everything else has been said. I want to go back to talking about, and so the goal here is not to maximize revenue. The goal is, I'm going to go back to what Councilman Schaefer said. Wouldn't it be great to have an AMC theater, or whatever the future rendition of the equivalent is? It may not be an AMC theater. It may be some other type, I don't even know what kind of entertainment venue it might be. It could be live performances. It could be boutique restaurants. I think of Alice's. It's crowded. It's on El Camino. It's not dying on the vine. But I also look at we went through a period where we got to the discount stores, and you're just now seeing us come out of that. What's the one where Aldi's is? We've moved up from what was the name of the store? It was a discount store, right? And we've moved up to Aldi's, and now we need to keep bringing the rest of the. Hey, we just moved up to a Nordstrom Rack from whatever the one was before. So that is the goal of this commission, is how do we get best and highest use, but also, as I'm going to go back, I'm trying to move the goalpost a little bit, not reduce the workload necessarily. I want to make sure it's clear that it's not just maximize revenue, that it is the ethos, that it is completely providing all the services that current residents and visitors want, and what future residents and visitors want. And there may be, I don't know all the answers. There could be office complexes, and I have to address one thing. I will not use One Paseo as an example up here ever. I think that was a monstrosity. If you go stand next to that thing and look at it, I do not want One Paseo or Two Paseo in Encinitas. Absolutely. It's too big, too much, too tall, too concentrated. And so I won't ever support that kind of change here, because it is pretty concentrated. So with that, I will yield to Councilmember Lyons, and I'm hoping we can call the question soon.
Thank you. I am the last person in the queue, so we're almost there.
You were.
I was. Oh, no. Well, I wanted to say thank you, Commissioner, for stepping up and talking a little bit there. What you've done is actually revealed to me that sometimes there's some things we say that we don't even understand how those would be interpreted. And so this commission has the opportunity of thinking big and thinking fresh. and coming back to us and educating us, continuing to educate us. So that's why I will stand behind keeping this a bigger effort, keeping it the big effort that this commission wants to achieve, keeping the umbrella big, and as we get more communication with the commission and learn more about what your findings are, we'll definitely navigate as we go. I don't want to cut the commission at this early juncture and say, no, we're not gonna consider these additional things that you've been passionate about bringing forward. So I wanted to reemphasize that, and thank you for speaking. Thank you for everyone who came here to speak. This is going to be an exciting journey we're on. I'll yield.
Councilman Chambers.
Just want to clarify, when I say one passe, I don't mean the apartment complex. I mean the businesses.
Oh.
The apartments are vertical. I meant if you took them horizontal and you put 2 stories above El Camino, that'd be great, actually.
Okay.
And when you talk
That
about the
helps.
Forum, you talk about Bresci Ranch, they all have bustling businesses. And I'd be very curious to how many Encinitians spend their money in those spaces. And the Forum alone probably takes up 90% of every single soccer mom in this town. Guaranteed. A lot of money is spent just at our border, and it's a slap in the damn face. So if you don't want to look at success, then you're just blinded. Because the fact of the matter is there are avenues for us to look outside to bring back inside, and we can do it in the Encinitas fashion, which is different than most.
I appreciate your
We don't
clarification.
have to do it that way, but to sit here and to campaign in the middle of this conversation is an absolute slap in the face.
And Councilmember, or Deputy Mayor O'Hara.
I think you're both saying the same thing in that last comment, really. It's okay. I think you guys are, and there's a lot of points to go. I think what we want to get back to bringing it down to a list that we know they can succeed on. I think the conversation has been fantastic. It's been really great feedback for the commission, for all of us, and I think we've definitely given everybody something to walk away from this conversation with. I certainly hope I get 3 votes on this. I think it's the right motion. I think it will support this commission to being successful in its first year, and it will guide them to figure out what they can and can't accomplish going forward. It doesn't cut them off at the knees at all by doing this. It accelerates their ability to be effective, and so that's my goal, is to have them succeed. I'll yield the floor, and hopefully we'll call a vote.
With that, any comments from staff on anything you've heard or questions? And I'm going to have them read back the motion.
Yeah, yes, please read back the full motion, because I have made some notes.
We're going to start with the substitute motion, and then if that fails, we'll go back to the first motion.
Okay.
Procedurally.
Just a couple comments from the commission on behalf of the commission. Thank you for all the input. It's been invaluable. You're dealing with a commission of small business owners and not people in the bureaucracy of government. So we don't know exactly the right way to approach things, and the staff has been very, very, very helpful. So kudos to everyone. The verbiage, yes, that can change. The only other thing, and I'm not going to get into any other details, was really just the combination or combining or limiting what you're saying that we brought to you and killing any of those items. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. To the commission, we put a lot of time in there. We did our due diligence in filing it down from over 18 plus down to 11. And yes, maybe there's some combination in a couple, but this is what we proposed to you based on all of our input and what you asked us to do. So that's my only comment.
Okay, very good. With that,
I'm actually going to work with Mike, and we're going to go down the line here. I think that's probably best, given the heavy number of edits. And so the substitute motion by O'Hara, seconded by Ehlers. The edits as shown in number 1. And I'll also note to combine 1 and 8 together.
wait, hang on. Did you wanted to speak before we go through the motion or not?
Yeah, I think this is a first-year commission to respond to the assistant chair, or vice chair, I'm sorry. I think this is a new commission, and putting all of this out there is great. It's a new commission. There's no direction, there's no history. It's new for staff, with new staff members, some of whom have never looked at a commission like this or economic development plan. We need them to succeed. We need a project that they can be successful on as well. And this definitely, the motion put forward, really takes that into account too. And if they're successful, you're going to be more successful. And so putting together something that we can actually digest and be successful on helps you in the future going down the road. It helps you to get the best use out of the staff resources which we provide for you, right? And you don't want staff running 11 different directions. There's only 2 people, right? And they've got so many responsibilities. You want to whittle it down to the most effective use you can have of that staff member. So by whittling this down to other items, rather than spreading it out, like imagine you had 18 items and you asked them to help you with it. And be like, I'll get back to you next month, right? But by whittling it down, they're like, hey, I can get back to you sooner. I can get you a direct answer. I can get the city manager involved. I'm not answering all 9 of you at once. And so that's really the benefit of bringing it down. That's why we look at this, to make sure it can be successful. We want the commission to succeed. We also want staff to get the value out of it, to get to be the right resource for you and for the city. So don't take it personally. It's not personal. It's not about their hard work. I think I know for sure, sitting in those meetings, it is nonstop discussion and great ideas going back and forth, to the point where even at this point, I know for a fact you've all come up with a million good ideas that are probably sitting on the floor, like the cutting room floor still, right? And maybe those will come back, or maybe they'll get put into it. But we want you to succeed. We want to take that energy and give you the best resources to do it. And this is one of the ways to do it, is by coming up with a plan that's a little more succinct, brought all the way down off of your ideas, that we think staff can really help you with, and we'll come back with the best outcome. So I just want to give you that explanation as to why we go through this, so you can understand a little bit better, and we could come up with a good result. Again, I'm hoping we get 3 votes in this, and we'll see.
Okay, so
I'm actually going to have Deputy City Manager James go down the line, because he was able to type in faster than I could write. So if you...
Thank you. So Mayor and Council, I'll go through an overview. Just to piggyback on the Goal 1 and 8 was combined. That will involve all the commissioners. And then there was a discussion of adding the economic development vision for the city. And then typically in economic development strategic plans, you will have strategic tasks or goals that are identified. But it was just noted that to make a comment to make sure that that is included in the final product.
Can I elaborate? Because I think that's out of my comment. I think it's also included in that would be to look at like the various verticals we could look into for economic opportunities. Just to make that really clear.
let's make sure, we're going through what's in the motion.
Yeah, that was the motion I made, though.
Okay.
To include that.
Deputy Mayor, can you clarify the economic verticals?
So economic verticals are the whole discussion about, well, could we have an amusement park? The answer is no, but did we look at it? Did we look at, can we have all our businesses be parking lots? No, right? But we looked at all of those opportunities and created some sort of a matrix or rubrics, whatever it's called. You know what I mean? Come back with something that has that. I think that is really important in there. And that's that aspect of getting away from just having 3 verticals. And looking at them all, what are the pluses and minuses of each?
Do you want to say vertical business opportunities or something like that? I'm reading what you wrote.
Sorry, it's a little bit of splitting hairs, but I think that's a really, really important consideration, because those are the opportunities we're looking at to apply economic development to.
Okay, so to clarify that statement, could be something that's stated here, create an economic development vision for the city that evaluates all available economic vertical opportunities that may be incorporated into the EDSP.
Yeah, I think that's good. That makes sense.
Okay, so moving on to goal 2, no change, kept as is. Goal 3 was adjusting the wording with ensure to assess and recommend. And then also to identify the needs and deficiencies within the community and evaluate what type of resources should be allocated and where and how much or how many resources. 4 was not deleted. It was maintained but adjusted to focus on opportunities along the corridor or El Camino Real corridor. And what does it mean to be successful? And then also staff did keep the discussion about walkability, how to increase walkability along the corridor too. Number 5, increased the priority from medium to high, maintained all other language. Number 6, pivot or shift away from tax revenue and discuss more of resident and visitors' experiences. So looking at the holistic process and the experience rather than just the tax revenue.
And maintain the ethos, I think it was.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That was
Actually, I
important in there.
accepted that
I think
change.
the three of us all said that.
So I'll change that to the red part here. I accepted that change. That's why it's not coming up. So the expansion on the ethos. So rely on the ethos of our unique community to drive the type of businesses that should be attracted.
Yep.
Okay. Number 7, instead of just increased tourism and TOT, identify opportunities within the industry that'll impact the community. And then a little bit more of an expansion on STR and the discussion of business process and the economic activities or economic impacts to the community to include any type of cost impact. 8 was combined with number 1, so that was removed. Number 9, removed exploring the vacancy tax and also include the discussion through a temporary pop-up permitting process. 10, kept as is. And actually, this will be 11. And then number 11 was removed entirely. And the new number 11 is to explore opportunities with the LA 28 Olympics. And then with additional language to assess those opportunities where the city can attract economic development. Lots of opportunities, economic development opportunities, and also developing a total customer opportunity for visitors. So it's pre, during, post-Olympic events. And then also, what does that mean for follow-on attraction for any of the visitors that would come to town? That concludes the edits that staff recorded.
Mike, I just had one that I think I caught under number 3 towards the bottom. Instead of head count, it would be evaluate needs and deficiencies instead of head count. I believe that's. Oh.
Yep. Look at that. He
Yeah,
typed this so
that
quick.
portion was deleted. Okay.
He is fast. Yeah. Okay, so we have a motion, we have a substitute motion and a second on the table. Call a question.
And carries 3-2.
Okay, and so that means the other one dies and we move on.
Yep.
So we will now take a break and we'll be back here at 10 till or 5 till? So
10 till. 10.
10 till? 10 till. Thank you.
Thank you to the commissioners in the chamber for
Good to go. Yeah, are you ready with Jackie out here? Or? Okay. It's 8:50, and in the interest of time, we're going to keep moving. So we're moving on to item 12C, which is e-bike safe riding practices and municipal code enhancement review. And the contact person is Parks and Rec and Cultural Arts Director Knopp.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Ehlers, Deputy Mayor O'Hara, and members of the City Council. I'm honored to be here with Sheriff Captain Shane Watts and Director of Engineering Dan Nutter. We are here to discuss e-bike safe riding practices and the Municipal Code Enhancement Review. At the January 28, 2026 City Council meeting, Deputy Mayor O'Hara initiated a request that was supported by the City Council that directed city staff and the Sheriff's Office to return with the proposed amendments to the Encinitas Municipal Code to further address e-bikes safety within the city. Background information: in 2015, the state of California adopted Assembly Bill 1096 that established a 3-class system for electric bikes or e-bikes. Class 1 and 2 have a speed cutoff at 20 miles per hour, and Class 3 has a speed cutoff at 28 miles per hour. They are all required to have a max power limit of 750 watts, and they must have fully operable pedals. Seen as bicycles in the law, all riders under the age of 18 must wear approved helmets. For Class 3 e-bikes, all riders must wear approved helmets, no age allowance, and riders must be at least 16 years old. Electric-powered vehicles that fall outside these classifications are considered electric mopeds or off-highway motorcycles and must comply with applicable provisions of the California Vehicle Code. Many incidents occur with these type of electric vehicles, the difference. Incidents, some causing injury, are on the rise with the increase in e-bike use. A University of California San Diego study reported a 300% increase in e-bike related injuries among riders under the age of 18 in San Diego. From the Sheriff's Office, we have reported e-bike collisions from 2022 to mid-2026. The compilation of these 146 collisions is on the chart on the screen. The chart also shows reported collisions by age and year, and the full breakdown was added to the presentation. The city has received reports of unsafe e-bike behavior. This includes excessive speeds on trails, sidewalks, and in parks, reckless riding in streets, parking lots, and public spaces, and both youth and adults cutting across grass sports fields at the Encinitas Community Park and Sun Vista Park. The Sheriff's Office works in partnership with the city to improve bike and e-bike safety. The city provides 2 safety classes per month at the Encinitas Community Center that includes an hour of classroom instruction, an hour of on-bike practice, and an hour of on-street guided rides to allow riders to use skills and instructions taught in the class. This is bikes and e-bikes, both. There are many outline opportunities to learn e-bike and bike safety riding procedures. You can go online and take the class on your own. On August 4th, 2026, the Sheriff's Office and the city hosted an e-bike safety presentation. The event featured a presentation on safety measures for parents and youth riders. The Sheriff's Office demonstrated the impact of e-bike weight and speed on braking distances during the presentation. On June 28, 2023, the City Council amended the Encinitas Municipal Code to improve safety and support enforcement activities by the Sheriff's Office. These amendments address many of the enforcement options described in the January 28, 2026 City Council initiated agenda report. We're ahead of the game in this case. For temporary seizure of e-bikes for reckless riding and repeat offenses. Under Encinitas Municipal Code 14.56.030, the Sheriff's Office may impound e-bikes for reckless operation and unsafe passenger transport. Mandatory minimum age requirements for specific e-bikes, 1, 2, and 3 in the discussion. California Assembly Bill 2234 permits cities in San Diego County to set a minimum age of 12 years old for Class 1 and 2 e-bikes as a pilot program. That can be done until January 1st, 2029 under that Assembly Bill. The Sheriff's Office reports e-bike collisions do not show mini collisions in the under 12-year-old bracket, going back to that chart. The bigger collision numbers are in the ages 13 to 15-year-old bracket. Now, 7 cities in San Diego, it was 6 when I wrote the report, have set up age limits and action to limit the use to 12 years and older. Amending the Encinitas Municipal Code to require e-bike riders to be at least 12 years old would make Encinitas consistent with those cities. Enforce prohibiting double riding passengers on bikes not designed for that, so riding on handlebars as your example. Both the California Code and the Encinitas Municipal Code restrict passengers to bicycles equipped with proper seats. And we learned in the presentation that means also having pegs for feet. Violations are enforceable through citations. First-time offenders may complete a city-approved e-bike safety course in lieu of fines. Additional e-bike related solutions to bring tonight for concerns from things that have been observed and brought to our attention. To increase safety education and outreach, we could host additional bike education courses like bike rodeos throughout the year by partnering between the Sheriff's Office and the city. We also would propose to enhance the city's education program to encourage all e-bike riders to wear helmets, to avoid unsafe riding habits, and maintain lighting standards. The prohibition of e-bike use in certain locations, the prohibiting of e-bike use in City of Encinitas parks. Require them e-bike riders to bring their bike to the park. We want them to get there, but to lock them in designated areas and require e-bikes to be walked when going through the park on designated sidewalks. We want you to ride to the park, but we want you to enjoy the park like others do. Also, consider prohibiting e-bikes from sidewalk use in other areas of the city. Adopt a county e-bike safety program for minimum age. That is something you can choose. Adopt the countywide e-bike safety program under Assembly Bill 2234, which would set the minimum age for e-bike use to 12. That's until January 1st, 2029. Oh, gotta go back one. Discussion, an e-bike curfew. Amend the Encinitas Municipal Code to establish a restriction on nighttime e-bike riding for minors under the age of 16, so 15 and under. This would align with existing curfew framework and could be evaluated as part of the city's broader approach to youth safety. And finally, dismount and walk. Require e-bike riders to dismount and walk e-bikes when yielding to pedestrians on sidewalks. Currently, bicyclists must yield to pedestrians and are also not allowed to ride on sidewalks within the business district. Staff recommends that the City Council discuss and provide direction to staff regarding changes to the Encinitas Municipal Code to improve the safe operations of e-bikes for riders and pedestrians. This concludes the presentation, and staff are prepared to answer questions.
Okay, any questions of clarification? And Captain Watts, were you going to present anything? Do you have a prepared presentation or no?
I do not, but I'm prepared to answer questions and give feedback.
I am sure we will give you plenty of questions. So, and same to Dan. You're answering questions?
Answering questions and no presentation.
Public?
We have 4 speakers.
Okay.
First speaker is Maria Ardant, followed by Judy Burlfine, Molly Hantlian, and then Ron Medak.
Hi again. So thanks for taking up the subject. So I would ask that all forms of e-bikes are prohibited from the trail systems, not just parks. The bikes tear up the natural landscape of these paths because the bikes are heavier. E-bikes are heavier than traditional bikes. They additionally pose safety hazards to animals and pedestrians on the trails because these bikes are traveling at such higher rates of speed on dirt paths compared to the bikes that have to actually be pedaled. Minimally, I would ask that if you don't want to prohibit people on trails with e-bikes, you at least consider not letting them on the narrower paths such as, I'll give you an example, like the golf course trail along Encinitas Ranch. That is so narrow. And if you've got your dog and you're walking and then an e-bike is like flying by you, it's so dangerous. Also, the only exception for the major trails, I would say, would be during school hours, as I believe these routes do provide a safer avenue for safe routes to school compared to being on the street. Some rules: no texting while biking. I see it all the time. It's insane. Although formal license plates can't be issued except through the Department of Motor Vehicles, which we should take up with our state representatives, I would like the city to consider if we have any ability to locally require some type of plates issued for e-bikes. I think that would be exceptionally helpful for our sheriff in identifying riders who flee the scene, which does happen. And if identifiable markers were required on e-bikes, we would see an instantaneous drop in reckless behavior. Also, a nominal fee for registration can cover the cost, hopefully, of that type of program, like a registration of the bikes. And since Carlsbad youth oftentimes travel into Encinitas, I think we would also have to have some type of cross-city notification that we would require licensing. Tying into local registration of tags, a more comprehensive safety course should be completed before tags can even be obtained through the city. I just think accountability for personal choice oftentimes changes negative behavior, so having that type of identification would be helpful because they know they can be tracked. No riding on sidewalks, no riding opposite the flow of traffic. Front and back lights are required by dusk, but recommended anytime. I think that would be good. Curfew based on age. And education about neighborhood riding safety. Like, I think these kids, they feel like they have this bubble that protects them when they're in the neighborhood, and I see such reckless behavior, flying through stop signs, doing wheelies literally into incoming traffic just in their neighborhood. Like, I don't know what they think is gonna happen, but, oh, anyway, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hi there, I'm Judy Burlfine, and thank you for taking up this important topic. I think it's fine if we limit e-bikes to kids 12 and older. I support that. I totally support stopping kids who are double riding. That's dangerous. I think that's something that we've done for a while, and I hope we keep doing it. But now I'm going to play a little bit of devil's advocate. Let's think about what we want for our kids. I think we want autonomy and independence. We want everyone to be safe, and not just kids. We want old people to exercise also. So let's ban as few things as possible and focus on our goals. So we hear a lot from you that you don't want people riding on the major roads. So the parks and the trails are sometimes, and even the sidewalks, are the best way and the safest way to get where we're going. Now, I know there are kids and adults who totally abuse that and are crazy, but I don't want you ticketing my husband because he's riding on the sidewalk because it's too dangerous to ride in the street on his e-bike. So I think we have to be really careful about what we ban and that there aren't unintended consequences for that. So in terms of the park, I think we should have enforceable speed limits. If people are going too fast in the park, we should ticket them, just like we do with cars. But we don't ban cars because they're going too fast. I think it would be a real shame if we couldn't ride our bike through Encinitas Park. It's such a great way to avoid the major streets. I think in terms of curfews, I see way too many e-bikes without lights on them, and we should if a car is driving without a light, it gets a ticket. So a cyclist without a light should get a ticket. But if your kid is riding home from their violin lesson at 6 o'clock at night in December and it's dark and we're going to ticket them, that's not a great plan. And lastly, in my last 15 seconds, these are all problems. We've had 14 collisions. No collision is good. We've also had 129 car collisions. So we need to balance our priorities. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you to the sheriff for his fantastic e-bike safety course a week and a half ago. I have questions. This was in the packet. Is this on the website accessible? The e-bike reference, it's attachment, page 10 of the attachment. Because it would be great if we updated our website with some of these reference charts so people can go to our website to find out the latest and greatest. Also, if we could make the PowerPoint from the e-bike safety, make that available for those who missed it. And is the online class the Sandag version? So that's a question for you guys. And then a lot of good points that Maria made about e-bikes on the trails. I live right off the Encinitas Ranch trails, and I've almost been hit because they're coming flying around the corners. And I used to be a mountain biker, so I love off-road riding, but we have to have some type of rules because it's not safe. And then when I was looking at the ordinance proposed language, for item A, the city traffic engineer shall erect signs. My biggest concern with signs is sign blight. We have so many signs happening in our city. I just don't know how we're gonna fit more signs to tell people not to ride on the, it's attachment 4. I don't know how we're gonna tell people not to ride on the sidewalk. We also need to expand the definition of the business district. I think, because I walk into town a lot and walk back, I've had a lot of standoffs with people on e-bikes going in the wrong direction of traffic on the sidewalk, and they don't dismount. So I would really want that to be defined, that we expand it from Swami's all the way to La Costa. Because we have bike lanes, so they shouldn't be on the sidewalks. Next thing is the item B, which is about the language of this really needs to be thorough. It should be unlawful of the operator of any bicycle to carry another person, yes, upon the handlebars, but on a bicycle not equipped for a second street. I'm out of time.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Council. Ron Meddock, Liebenhain. I want to thank Mr. Knopp for a really excellent report. But there's a few points I would like to add. The written report on the use of high-speed off-highway vehicles by the California Highway Patrol. We know they're being used illegally on our streets, but we do not know to what extent or how big a problem it is. I caution people not to think that the primary issue is jailbreaked Class 2 e-bikes or mislabeled motorcycles. I asked Paige Colburn-Hargis at the recent safety demonstration if her group had the data on which vehicles were involved in the 12 to 15-year-old age group crashes. And she told me she doesn't have that data. It is prudent to assume that the primary problem is the use of stock Class 2 e-bikes by children in the 12 to 15-year-old age groups. And to that end, the Mobility Traffic Safety Commission unanimously passed at the August 10th meeting my motion to recommend that City Council make every effort to have our State Assembly representative, together with Assemblyman Damon Connolly of Marin County, propose a pilot study for San Diego County, similar to AB 1778 of Marin County, which allows all municipalities in Marin County and the county itself to restrict the age of Class 2 e-bike riders to 16 years of age or above. And by the way, all 9 cities in Marin County and the county itself adopted that. That way, Encinitas can restrict use to those ages if the public so desires. And there should be a public debate about it, in my opinion. I'm sure that this is not easy to enforce, since children are not required to carry IDs. However, it is illegal to ride. If it is illegal to ride, it will have serious insurance consequences for those children and for their parents. And it will give those parents, and all the parents who are facing this, a strong argument to push back against the pressures from their children who want the bikes, who in turn are being pressured by their friends. I sent my initial draft of this letter to the council chair or to council 6 days ago to MTCSC Chair Trout for editing. Received no response from her. Reminded her 2 days ago, still no response. As soon as I hear from here and we agree on a final draft, you will be receiving it.
That concludes speakers on this item.
Okay, and with that, I'm going to move to questions. I'll start with questions, and I don't know who's going to answer it best, but first step, I went to page 12 of the report, and it shows the number of e-bike collisions by age. I thought that's very telling. I think it builds exactly on what Ron was saying, and you notice 13, 14, and 15 are pretty dominant in the age group of people having kids having accidents. And the other thing, looking at the time of day of the accident, and I'm actually very surprised very few accidents are occurring at night, because I too see many kids riding without lights at night. You know, just the other night I was out on Rancho Santa Fe Road and 2 kids go whizzing by completely blacked out. And I would have thought they would be higher, but I suppose there's so much less traffic that it's less likely. There's less kids, less traffic. So, so to me, it looks like our problem, our primary part of our problem, not the whole problem, is 13, 14, 15-year-olds in particular, everybody, but them in particular, during the day. So I was first going to ask staff and probably Captain Watts for mostly, of the accidents we are seeing involving e-bikes, what behavior, what rule breaking, what is it? And I wrote down a list: riding on the wrong side of the road, riding on sidewalks, speeding in parks, riding at night, which I don't think it is, not stopping at stop signs, weaving in and out of traffic. What, if you had to give the top 3 to 5 to 10, whatever behaviors, what do we need to focus our laws on?
Yeah, that's a great question. And when we looked at 2026 to date, year to date, we had 14 collisions involving e-bikes, and that was split 7 being minors, so 17 and younger, and then 7 being adults. And then another thing that I thought was fascinating, I wanted to see who was the primary at fault in those accidents. So out of the 14, only 5 of the accidents was the rider at fault. 2 of those being where the rider just fell off the bike. There was no collision. One was a 72-year-old and one was a 76-year-old. So that's 2. So then out of the remaining 12, 3, the actual rider was at fault, which tells us that the vehicles were at fault because the rest of those involved vehicles. So that's really part of the conversation is, you know, as we have more of these e-bikes on our roadways, we also need to enter the conversation of making sure that our drivers are more aware. You know, as they're passing an e-bike, that's not the same as passing a pedal bike because that e-bike's going 20 miles an hour. So before they merge into the lane to make that right turn, you know, whereas before they didn't worry about the pedal bike catching up to them so quick as they're slowing down. We're seeing a lot of that. Drivers not taking up the entire lane. They have the ability to take up that entire bike lane when they're making a right turn. So they're not doing that, which is now giving a path for the bicyclists to come up, not knowing they're going to make that turn, and we have the collision. But where we are seeing the riders being at fault, a lot of it is wrong way, going the wrong way against traffic, and being on a sidewalk. And so where a vehicle is coming out of one of our busy shopping centers, and they are now crossing into the roadway to make a safe turn onto the roadway, they are now hitting, or a bicyclist is coming down that sidewalk at 20 miles an hour and colliding into the vehicle.
Cool. So something like a speed limit for e-bikes on sidewalks might be an idea that could help minimize the likelihood of a driveway, a bicyclist on a sidewalk hitting a car exiting a driveway.
Yeah, I mean, we recommend that they follow the flow of traffic and ride appropriately in a bike lane. That's where they belong. That's where our drivers are looking for them. They're not looking for them coming the wrong way on a sidewalk or even the wrong way on a bicycle lane. That's not the typical flow when you're coming out into a roadway when you're checking both sides.
Yeah.
You might, you know.
And I know what I see is I see bicyclists can go from being on a sidewalk to hopping into the bike lane to veering into, you know, if they want to go left at a light going all, straight across. I think we all see this all the time. They go from being a pedestrian on a pedestrian path to a bike lane to suddenly they become a vehicle with all the rights of vehicle code, and they do it at moment's notice. I've always said that when I come up to a bicyclist or an e-bike in a turn lane, and I would normally, like if it's a car, I could go by them pretty smoothly and easily, not worry about them jumping laterally, but a bicyclist or an e-bike can be in my lane at a moment's notice, so I creep by them, and yeah. So let's see. So you were saying riding the wrong way, is causing accidents? Wow. Okay. Any other riding at night? The data tells me that that's not where we really need to focus yet. I mean, obviously it's wrong and we should ticket it. And what about how many accidents in parks? I personally know all about Sun Vista because I've been down there talking to people and I've heard about Encinitas Community Park. Have we had actual accidents there?
Not to my knowledge, at least not reported to us. And those would involve probably pedestrians would be my guess.
Okay.
But I know that there's been some near misses for sure.
And in the case of the data you gave us, does that include bike on pedestrian accidents and that but is it only ones that were reported through the sheriff, or are you somehow combining emergency room visits?
Only reported through the sheriffs.
Okay, so so these may all be slightly underreported. If it was a single bike accident, somebody fell off, drove themselves to the emergency room, or even took an ambulance to the emergency room, we'd have to augment these numbers with that, but okay.
Yep.
Dave, did you have any comment about the...
I don't know if it adds to it. I mean, we get the occasional phone call complaints of e-bikers cutting across the grass more than anything else. And it's everything from youth sports at the community park. Yeah. It's dog walkers, you know, or unleashed areas. At Sun Vista. That's a common, you know, complaint. But no reports of an injury. Hey, I'll fill out the paperwork for you.
And the picture you had of Sun Vista, where did you get that?
That is Google Maps.
You look
I
like
just
you
ran into
staged it with all the bicyclists streaming through the park.
Yeah.
But that's what, and recently Dave and team extended that fence, and it's greatly helped the problem, but they're still flying through there and this is a free-run dog park, and there's still people, but at least now they're not cutting through the grass like they were right by all the dogs and people. But it's still, whether it's a speed limit, but that's a great illustration. And it wasn't a set shot. It was, you took it off Google Maps. The behaviors that result in accidents in particular, because that's really the bottom line. Any others? Riding wrong way, speeding on sidewalks? Anything else?
I mean, the behaviors that we see is, even that double riding, it throws off the balance. We see the wheelies down the middle of our streets, just unsafe riding practices.
In fact, it was just in the last 2 weeks I saw a kid doing a wheelie, a fire department report saying that the kid fell off and broke wrist or something like that. So, I mean, and I've watched them do wheelies down 101 and then shift lanes, right? They come down off the wheelie and they go into the other lane and come back and go around cars, speeding faster than the cars are driving in downtown 101 between E and F. I mean, okay. And then there was a question about the SANDAG training versus some of the stuff we're doing. How different or how comprehensive are all the different trainings? I went to the, what date was that? August 4th? Yeah, the August 4th. I thought it was fantastic. I hope we can video repeat it. I put in the pitch for it. In addition to just having the information in the front end and having the story of the one dad give his story about, my kid I thought wouldn't have a problem and then had a problem, and he explained it. But ultimately, it all culminated in that demo out in the parking lot where the sheriff deputy came by doing 10 miles an hour and stopped in 8 or 10 feet. Came by at 20 miles an hour, stopped in 16 feet. Came by at 28 miles an hour, which is all legal. Took 89 feet, I think, to stop, and there was a black strip of rubber that whole distance. And the reaction time just isn't there to avoid somebody in a crosswalk. So how does the SANDAG training, and I don't know who can answer this or if we can, how does the SANDAG training compare to that kids are getting now?
So the SANDAG provider is the same provider that's teaching our class currently.
Yeah. And is it the same program in both cases?
No, the SANDAG program it's based on for schools. The SANDAG conversation I've had, and they'll come out and they'll either do a bike rodeo, or they will do more of a education set. It's one or the other, and you can get one of those per year. You can put in for that
free.
as a school. Yep.
The schools can get it for free, and then the schools then give the kids a sticker so they can park at school. Is that?
That's my understanding too. They can also get that. My understanding is they get that through us also if they take our class.
Oh.
They can take that completion back to the school and get the sticker the same way.
Okay, good. So, okay, I think that's a start. Now I'm going to yield to Councilmember Lyons.
Yeah, it's really good to take the pulse of things right now. So I just have a couple clarifying questions for Captain Watts first. Could you help me understand if lights are at night are required? Is that so? If someone doesn't have lights at night, that could be
Right.
a reason for a citation or for disciplinary.
Yep, the
warning.
vehicle code covers that.
And texting, if someone is texting, is that also articulated or is it not yet?
It's not yet.
Ah.
Not in the vehicle code. We do have a municipal code that, is very broad and says, any rules that apply to the rider on our roadways are the same as would be a driver in a vehicle.
Is it strong enough or does it need to be stronger?
If we want it to be specific, then I think that we should be specific in that.
Okay. The double riding is not legal. Maybe it depends on the definition of double riding.
It's
Or is there
pretty,
only-
it's pretty clear. You have to have
Okay.
a designated seat. Anything outside of that would be illegal.
Yes, good. So that sounds like that's tucked in.
It is.
Wheelies, are they illegal?
And that is unsafe riding behavior, yes. Yep.
All right, good. Thank you for that clarification.
You're
I
welcome.
think we're doing a lot of things right, and we could do better. So I appreciate this. I have a question for Dave, more so about the trails, from the perspective of certainly we want our bike riders to be safe, and certainly if there aren't vehicles around them, that's safer. But I know not all of our trails are equal. Not all of our trails are designed equally. Some are trails that are narrow and meant more for wildlife viewing or to get out in nature. Also, I believe that bikes, any kind of bike, and animals don't mix, whether that's wildlife or dogs. So even though we say trails and we think we all know what we mean, we've got lots of different kinds of trails. So I think there's really some merit in us looking at the types of trails that would be good for e-bikes. I mean, that e-bikes could use, especially if they're a safe route to school. And think about that those would be designated where we could have e-bikes use them. But I don't know that our trails are set up to be able, every trail to accommodate e-bikes. So I just want us to be cautious there. And the reason for that is they're not wide enough, and if someone's already using them and for hiking, and especially if they have an animal with them, a dog, that can be a hazardous situation for everybody. But also environmentally, some of our trails are steep, and I know this from mountain biking more than anything else, but the bikes can really create erosive situations which degrade the quality of the trail. And if we don't get ahead of that, responding to it after the fact is a problem for maintenance for our city. So I think we could look at trails, but be careful about which trails we might suggest that the e-bikes could go on. I like the ideas that you have here, Dave, and your staff and the staff. And Captain Watts, I'm sure, contributed. Safety and education and outreach, I think, is something we could focus on more. I think the people are hungry for it. They like it. I get positive feedback a lot. I am very much aligned with Captain Watts on the fact that vehicle drivers want the education too. They don't know, and I say they, sometimes I don't know what to do when there's an e-bike in the roadway footprint ahead of me or beside me or wherever, and I think other people feel that way too. So I would like for us to consider vehicle driver training as well, and I think we'd find that there'd be there'd be folks interested in it. And I'll just mention a couple more things, and then I'd like to hear what my colleagues have to say. I want to be able to give kids safe ways to school and back and whatever they're doing. And so sometimes, just like the park picture you had, sometimes it's like, that makes so much sense. I bet their parents are saying, go through the park, it's safe. But then it becomes unsafe for everybody else. And I think that if we want to provide those non-vehicle related connections for e-bikes, then we may want to consider, well, how do we need to modify that pathway with, maybe it needs to be wider. Maybe it needs to have a divider down which says bikes on one side, pedestrians on the others. You know, there's ways of doing this. It's not impossible. But we may not be able to just automatically retrofit our infrastructure to really accommodate e-bikes safely on our park pathways and sidewalks. So I just wanted to throw that out there as food for thought, and I'll rest for now.
Okay, Councilmember San Antonio.
Thanks, Captain Watts, for that. I actually didn't. I thought it would be something I would just figure out, but those right hooks from those people that are going 20 miles an hour, you don't really realize how fast 20 miles an hour is when you're about to turn right into a business and this kid's coming up 20 miles an hour. You'd think that'd be something you just go, oh yeah, of course I got it, but you don't realize how fast that is. So thanks I didn't even think about it that way. When I look at this, I guess I don't I see that their 12-year-olds are not necessarily the ones causing the accidents or in the accidents. I know it's when I was younger, BMX bike was the way to get around. It was like my freedom from Village Park to El Camino Real and all those stores. So for me, that was awesome in the 80s. So I know this is the same thing for kids. I know wheelies and all that and doing jumps and all that is at that age, you get to explore it. But I think now with e-bikes and cars and the more traffic there is, I think that maybe as I've been thinking about it since my staff briefing, I'm like, I know that there's a sticker available, but I think because kids don't have IDs generally, I think maybe is there some way we can implement like a bike registration of some sort, or is that kind of, we don't have anything like that, right? I just think that bike registration might, then you guys have a way of, enforcing these, these ordinances and getting a citation out to the right person, to the right, how that works. I don't know how this is all going to work out, but I feel like that is one way to do it because, and lights after dusk is required as are helmets, or no? It is. So I think those things are, it's an easy, those are like, for me, easy fixes. But then I think, of course, that's enforceable, but how do you get the ticket or the citation to the right person or get them at all if they don't have an ID? And I do understand we have a lot of stringent laws already, but, and I know not to put more on your, deputies, the other sheriffs to more enforcement. I mean, but that's, I feel like, just like speeding and everything else when we do our blitzes, it really, once you kids start to go, dang, I got a ticket, or, they're out there, they actually are watching us now. That becomes, for me, another deterrent for them to start acting right. I just think there needs to be a way that these kids are accountable, as well as the parents, that ticket is coming but I don't know how that, without registration or some way to find that citation. I think it's missing something for me. So I'm just throwing it out there. I do love that idea of going through the park. I know we talked about it, and it's like, well, you can ride through the park, through Encinitas to Encinitas Community Park, on the lane, in the lanes, in the parking lot. When you get onto park property, off your bike and walk it to where you got to go. Because I think, like you said, they start cutting through that grass. That's maintenance for us. It's dollars. I think through Sun Vista, they start cutting through that grass. Same thing. People, it's off leash at some point. So people are with their dogs. It becomes a problem. Let's see. What else did I have here? I think it's great that the classes have been sold out. 20 kids or 20 people. So that's been great. 2 classes a month, right? So that's great that people are actually attending these classes. I think any injury is not a good one, but I think accountability is also a huge deal because without that portion of it, then they'll just, without addressing their behavior, they're just going to be like, okay, well, nobody's going to catch us or nothing's going to happen to us. And for me, that's where I'm at with it for right now. I do have some more questions, but I'll rest for right now.
Okay, Councilmember Schaefer, or sorry, Deputy Mayor O'Hara. I was skipping down one, sorry about that.
Okay. Great presentation, and so far, really great conversation about all this. Real quickly, one of the comments was, and I'm going to misquote it because I don't have the page open, about no riding at nighttime. And I know that in other ordinances, we've had an issue with defining what nighttime is. Is that defined in this process?
We've used the word dark, or, we have a curfew already for minors, and that's 10 p.m. So if we were to align it with something closer to that, where they, there are some exceptions to that curfew for the 10-year-olds, or for the 10 p.m. the minors. But yeah, that would be something that we would need some direction as far as you could use whatever language, because obviously dark changes throughout the year. Or even just having another code that would give us something for curfew.
Is that something we could change to 30 minutes after sunset? Is that something we could do?
I believe the city has that ability to do that.
I think when we do signs for the park, isn't it like, we put
Dusk.
dusk?
Dusk.
So, I mean, would that be good enough or?
No.
No, okay.
It wouldn't, because I don't know what dusk changes throughout the year, and what I think is dusk may not be what you think is dusk. You may think dusk is when the sun is at a certain spot on the horizon. I may think when it's fully visible still, right? So that's kind of just the catch of it. And it's nitpicky, but I'm trying to give them to the point of providing the tools that the sheriff's department might need to stand their ground and enforce something when it comes back to them. I think that would be great verbiage to add into this. Okay. Just diving into a few of these things. I do think it would be great in a future meeting, not in this discussion, but to come back and rediscuss, in a not so distant future, this AB 1778. Give the council time to read about it, staff time to read about it. This is a state assembly pilot program that's going on in Marin, and I think kind of sending a letter to see if we could get something going like that. But I think obviously it's something we want to talk about and shouldn't jump to tonight. But they are looking into going in. I think the idea and the premise of it, of why it would work, would be you have to go to the assembly person or somebody in that stature to get a county-wide use of it. So we're not dealing with Carlsbad having a different law than Encinitas. It makes the sheriff's jobs more specific. But I do think we should bring that back and have a discussion about it. I don't think tonight we're talking about that, because I think that is a much bigger conversation by itself. But I do want to make sure that comes back. I think that's a really good discussion to have. Reading through some of these, 1456.030, I notice it says riding on bicycles. Is there a difference between bicycles in this case versus e-bikes? In other words, in a few of these, and so I think there's a few cases. So, for example, the reason I ask is I think it would be great to adjust the sidewalk laws so that they're restrictive of e-bikes, but maybe not as restrictive of bicycles in the same way, because I think that the speed which we'll see people on e-bikes in general, not all the time, absolutely, is going to be higher on an e-bike than is on a regular bicycle. That's one of the reasons people choose an e-bike. I do think it's a quandary, and I think everyone's touched on this so far, and is the trail issue. And I'd like to kind of throw this out there to the council for debate. I think in this, we talk about safe routes to schools. Schools have hours, and I think there are certain trails we could identify as necessary to get to schools. And I'll give an example. Beach Street has a trail behind it that goes from Calle Magdalena to Requesa. Now, I've been out there many, many times, and I know that kids do use that functionally to get over to Requesa, go to SDA. I wouldn't want to take that away from them. But I've also been out there, and the city manager was with us at one point, when a guy hyped up on whatever he was hyped up on, went by us at like 45 miles an hour on the trail. Actually, the sheriff's department might have been out there too. And so maybe there's something where we say, okay, kids are going to be on this. We're gonna take e-bikes off of trails, but there's going to be a few routes that are identified as routes to school. We want kids to get to school safely. We want them to be encouraged to go to school in whatever means makes sense for them, their family, their parents. And so maybe there's safe routes to school hours of trail use, and then we take them off the trails just time. Because I have been, to the speaker's point, I've been up on the Encinitas Ranch trails, and it's scary. I mean, my dogs almost get run over. I'm looking at them. I'm worried about my kid who's off in the other direction. And it is scary. So I think if we could look at something where we identify what trails are needed to get kids to and from school and allow them to use it during their hours they're commuting to and from school, I think that's a really good conversation to have. That could really yield something that's productive to everybody. It identifies the need, but also the danger. One of the, I believe, Mayor raised it, was the conflict between when pedestrians go back and forth and they flip-flop from the road to the sidewalk. Bicyclists, sorry. Yeah, yes.
Yeah, the pedestrians aren't making left turns on roads.
And I think, I don't know that we're going to solve that, but I would suggest something we do as a staff is we go back and look at our delayed light changes at those corners, because that gives the vehicle a chance to observe and look in case that person jumps off the sidewalk and decides, now I'm going to use the road, which has happened to everybody up here. So I think that would be good. I'd love to see us, I think Councilmember San Antonio said it, start doing some e-bike blitzes and figure out a way to do that. And that obviously would be something we'd lean on the Sheriff's Department if we could figure out a way to do that. And obviously whatever we could do to support that. And maybe the first time is an e-bike blitz, maybe the first time is an educational blitz. We're out there stopping kids and saying, hey, we want you to survive this thing, so here's how you have to ride it. And then after a few times, it's like, okay, we told you a few times, now your parents are getting a ticket. And then I think that the other thing, and I think this was touched on by one of the speakers, and I'm sure we're all talking about it up here, I think the city itself, for vehicles and for riders, needs to do a huge public education push. Social media, I think our citywide pamphlets available to all of our spots in the city, whether it's Civic View here, the library, the community center, banners. We have plenty of spots to put banners to remind people of specific messages. Our city program each month. And then I think at the same time, we reach out to our point of sales. We make sure that these packages are at every point of sale. They're not selling a bike without it. And we go from a number of messages, from messages that have to do with reminding people to wear their helmets, to reminding people that there are age limits out there, reminding people of the different ordinances that we have listed here, encouraging people to be safe, to wear lights, the important pieces that go through it. We just, as much as we do the e-bike blitz, unfortunately, e-bike blitz public education is something I see us needing. And I think that would be a huge service to our residents, and something we're definitely capable of doing. There's a lot of places to go with this. I'm gonna rest for the moment.
Okay, Councilmember Schaefer.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to start with parents. I mean, we got to start there, because you're putting your kid on a motorcycle. It's just dangerous, right? Schools is probably the other way to do something about this, and that's where I know they're doing their part. But I've said this before, but dedicated ways for bikes to be on, where we can push the schools, push the parents, push everybody to start using those roads, because they go those speeds. The cars should be going that speed. So we immediately have a space where mom and dad can follow iPhone 360 or whatever it is to find these guys, or put something on their bike, so that even if they don't track their phone, they track their bike and know where their bike is. Again, I can't say for 100% of the 17 and under is 100% on the parents. That is your job. That is your job, not our job. We're trying to do our part, but you have to do the job. Fact. In the mid 90s, we were inundated with skateboards everywhere. All of the different shopping centers had skaters everywhere. And I've walked with the city manager, with the fire chief. The power lines at the north end of Village Park would be a great place to maybe put in somewhere where these kids could go to do some of their evasive maneuvering, or whatever you want to call it, to start giving them a place to do this. But right now, they're just figuring it out on their own, and they're going to continue to do so until they have a place to go and do that. And then we can maybe say, hey, ride responsibly from here to there. The kids that are, riding with skateboards, on their bikes, they're going to a skate park to do exactly what we just talked about. They're not skating there anymore. That used to be the thing. They're no longer doing that. They're riding their e-bike to And usually they're getting out their extra energy, if you will, at the skate park and using the bike as a means of transportation. As far as the sidewalk, in areas, I'll tell you right now, I've told my kids do not ride e-bikes, but if they are on one, if they have chose to do that, I told them to ride on the sidewalk if necessary, because I'd rather keep them alive and pay the ticket than watch my kid die. So then the other side is going to some of these manufacturers who kind of thrust these problems on the world, if you will. And I don't know where they can be found either responsible to, when they sell this to a parent, to somebody, that they're signing something that says, if somebody underage is writing this, I am fully responsible. Because they need to be responsible from the time they pick that up and they put a kid on it. The manufacturer, it's like cigarettes, it's like tobacco, right? We're sitting here saying you can cause cancer. People come in here every day talking about marijuana and alcohol. Well, all those signs are there. Where are the manufacturers in this process, right? That's got to be some level of, like, if you put a kid on this, you are held responsible for this as an adult for that process. And the last thing I'll say is, this is dangerous. Put your kid on this, expect the worst, not the best. It is a fact. I don't know how many times we have to say this. If your kid is on this and they don't have the frontal cortex to do this, then they shouldn't be on it. And that is your job to us as a citizen, because I don't want to be the one to hit them, and nobody else does. And it's a shame on the parents that allow their kids to one, be the ones that get hit, and then put that person that hit them in that position, because their kid's not responsible. These roadways are for adults doing adult things, and following all the laws of our road. And it's an atrocity that parents, I want my kid to have my freedom. Well, then walk your happy, you know what, from here to there. Ride a bike that pedals by your human power, because you're gonna know how much it takes to get up that hill when you have to use your own legs and not an e-bike. Throwing out there the speed that you referenced, Captain Watts, it is a converting speed with a underpowered motorcycle that doesn't go the full speed. So you're driving along at 40 miles an hour, Encinitas Boulevard, 30 miles an hour, whatever, on Encinitas Boulevard, the person's going 20, not quite the speed. So now you have this caveat to try to figure out where this is amongst other drivers, amongst other things happening, lights, pedestrians, and now you have this speed that just didn't exist before. And so we're all trying to merge these things together at the cost of these teens that are the primary target. Everybody above the 18, again, right at your own risk, but us as a city, going back to what we can do about it, dedicated roads. I think the trails that were mentioned, Encinitas Ranch, we own that. Why don't we widen that and make an e-bike lane and make a pedestrian lane so that they can use that? Because I'd prefer those kids to be on those trails. If they put them next to cars, death is almost imminent if you're going to hit one. So, or a serious life-changing event. So I would prefer to have these trails that we put the investment in and put some dollars into those trails and get these kids off roads and onto trails where they can get through. Where Nola Gale, across from Via Cantabria, you can get over the hill at Leucadia Boulevard. There's already a trail system that we could use. Calle Magdalena to Requesa, enhancements. Again, we're gonna have to take serious provisions and put serious money behind making these changes in the city, but that's really, we can put up more rules and now people are just breaking more laws. And I don't really see you guys being able to really enforce the totality of what we're putting here. So we're gonna come up here and make a bunch of laws that ultimately comes back to the same parents, schools, dedicated roads, all the same things that need to happen anyway. And you're not gonna save any more lives if they're just gonna be breaking the rules anyway. So I'm all about creating more rules if we want to, but we're just gonna have that many more people just breaking more rules. So that's where I stand on it.
Okay, I'll hop in here. First, a little housekeeping, if I can have a motion to extend to 11 o'clock.
So moved.
Okay, I've got a motion.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion and a second. Vote.
That motion passes unanimously.
Okay. And then a couple of questions. Second thing is, I just want to make sure we're clear on what we're doing tonight. I don't think we need a motion. You're looking for staff direction at this point, right? So you're getting a lot of input.
Correct.
Okay, cool. So, and then I had a couple questions, and I have a lot of input. Vehicle code, and this is for Captain Watts, vehicle code rules, how do you cite kids? Do they get tickets for breaking speed limits? And tell us about that.
Yes, so we do issue vehicle code citations to minors. We often will call the parent in conjunction with that. But that enforcement part or the education part that we talked about, I mean, you have my commitment, and we have already done our enforcement when we were seeing a large amount of those e-motorcycles that were all over our roadways. We made an effort. We did undercover operations. We brought in drones. We brought in our helicopters to really get maximum enforcement and education to get these off our roadways because they're not safe. They don't belong on our roadways. In doing that and enforcing, our e-bikes, we have written citations to parents for knowingly allowing their child to have these e-motorcycles. It's like giving them the car keys. You wouldn't give your 14-year-old car keys to the Suburban to go drive down our streets, but yet they allowed the e-motorcycle. So we have cited parents. We also had a situation here, and it's the first one in San Diego County. We are moving forward with child abuse charges against the parents because they had an e-motorcycle that they allowed their child to ride. That child got into a collision, was injured. We impounded the e-motorcycle. The parents got it out of impoundment and then allowed another child to ride it, which then crashed. Yeah, there is a lot of education with our parents needs to happen. But that's another example of we're not playing around. If the parents aren't going to act and save the child, then we will intervene. And our district attorney is moving forward with that case. So we'll see how it turns out. But that should also be, eye-opening for the parents that there is some consequences when you allow your child to ride these illegal, motorcycles. But we will continue to do that education part. We stop our motors during our blitz days, and now that school's back in, that is part of that. It's, when we see the kids that don't have the helmet buckled, that's an easy, even on our PA system, hey, buckle up, buddy. And we're seeing improvements in that. We still, every once in a while, it's not as bad as it has been, but the double riding, that's another thing that we are actively out looking for to make sure that, we're educating the rider. If we have to call the parent, we call the parent. But there is that enforcement that comes with that. Now, when we're talking about our youth, not every encounter needs to be a law enforcement citation. We can do education, and I think that goes a long ways too. And if we do issue a citation, which we have, we also can have the option of letting that child go through a diversion program where they can go through diversion, take some classes, and show that, hey, they recognize the behavior was wrong and they're ready to correct that behavior and then ride safely on our roadways. So you have my commitment that we're going to continue down that path. I'm fully committed to it. Vision Zero, I've said it many times. I'm committed to Vision Zero. That will always be my goal, to have Vision Zero. So with that comes a lot from me, and that's the enforcement, the education, and being present out there. We're at our schools for the full first 2 weeks of school. We're out there in our schools watching these kids as they come to school, watching them as they leave, and we're trying to address those behaviors early before they become bigger problems. And then working with our schools. It's a privilege, the schools have said, it's a privilege for, their students to ride onto their campus. I think that there should be some kind of conversation where we bring the school in, and the school plays a part in, if a community member or another parent witnesses one of their students leaving school, doing wheelies down the road, and they get a video of it, they should be able to go to the school. And the school, I think, is the more appropriate place to handle that discipline. And maybe that student doesn't get to ride to school for a month. But I think that goes a long ways, and it doesn't really need to have always sheriffs, I guess is my point. That was a little long, but yeah.
So, bike registration, as the sheriff, do you have a problem IDing the kids and getting a true name out of them, being able to contact their parents? Would
The ones
bike-
that when we do have that contact and they stop, and they usually are pretty forthcoming, and then once we get the parent on the phone, then we verify.
So, I remember growing up having a little license sticker, and it was $5 or whatever it was, some trivial amount. What I've read, I think even in the packet, that the revenue from that is minimal. It's like almost zero. And my question is there really a need for registration? Does it really? Because it's nothing you can read from afar. You're more likely to have a video of the kid and looking at the physical description of the kid. And in the case of the anecdotal description the father and sheriff gave of his experience, the sheriff was able to track the kid that ran away from the police and evaded them. Regardless, so I don't think I support a registration program. I just think it is another small tax that we don't need. Trails. I want to talk a little bit about nuances on trails, and I'm going to talk about 3 or 4, 5 different classes of trails. And I'm coming from a Liebenhain, and I've done a lot of mountain biking in the backcountry all the way up to above Lake Hodges at the dam and all. Rancho Santa Fe Road in Liebenhain is a trail, and our trail system allows bicycles, pedestrians, and horses. And I see every day kids on bicycle going to OPE, riding on that trail, and that's the perfect place for them, especially since we partially filled in, we put in the fence there. Why? Because they can't jump out and back on, and it's plenty wide, and most people, even the kids out there, because my wife's walking with the dogs there, there's enough visibility, and there seems to be, people have been trained on those trails to yield, and there's a classic yield sign that shows the horse in the bottom, and it shows the pedestrian, and the bike yields to pedestrians. Bikes and pedestrians yield to horses, and I think I've seen it I think Carlsbad uses it, and it's easy to find. But that's the type of training and occasional sign I'd like to see, is that, at least in the Liebenhain trails, is that we allow bicycles, because I've been on quite a few trails all the way up to the water towers back there many a time, and you're finding that the e-bikes help people that can't do that kind of hill get up that hill. So I don't think I'm for, on all trails in general, getting rid of bicycles or e-bikes, because that's a huge use of the trails. And what happens in the backcountry is most bike riders I know, and most horse riders I know, have come to what's the word I'm looking for? Harmony with everybody using the trails. And if we wanted an expert on that, I would say the Encinitas Trails Coalition. So I'd ask for their input before we try and ban bicycles from trails. So you go all the way back to the backcountry, and there's rarely anybody out there. People do go fast, and maybe we put speed limits. And that's very different than the Encinitas Ranch trails that are probably heavily dominated by walking, some bicycle, and not a horse in sight, right? Or maybe there's one. And then the other example I keep running through my mind is the power lines underneath. I used to live right over by the power lines in New Encinitas. And yeah, maybe there's room there to have, but you got free run dogs on part of it too. So, we're going to have to be very careful before we ban the bicycles. I think yielding and making clear rules as far as who yields to whom would be where we go. So now I want to step down into e-bikes in parks. First thought I had is probably a speed limit or keeping them off the grass. So I would support that. Question for the sheriff, how would you enforce a speed limit on bikes? Do you have an ability to capture speeds?
We would use our LiDAR radar guns.
It works?
It would work.
Awesome.
We used it in the demonstration.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, yeah. E-bikes on trails, I think I already covered. E-bikes on sidewalks, I think a speed limit there would be appropriate because I actually, when I see kids riding, younger kids, and even some adults going slower, they ride on the sidewalk up El Camino Real. And I used to live close enough to ride there on a frequent basis. I don't feel safe riding in the street there if I'm riding more slow and casually. But if I'm head down, riding up to Carlsbad or coming down from Carlsbad on El Camino, I'll be going 25 on a pedal bike, let alone an e-bike. So if I'm doing that, I better be in the buffered bike lane. So other recommendations, I'm gonna try and go through these quickly. I support AB 2234, minimum age of 12. I think that's something I'd like to explore. I think that's what we're throwing out. I think, Jim, you already covered the AB 1778. I would support looking at that too. I think that's a good program.
Can I
Yeah.
chime in? So having thought about that and sitting here, I think it would be a great discussion for our Mobility Traffic Safety Commission to have and then agendize and bring back to us.
In fact, most of what we're doing here would, and right now, all I'm doing is giving direction to staff and agreeing with your recommendation. One thing in the report I really liked, and I think this is ultimately one thing we're gonna have to do, is do some at-fault analysis. If we want to truly get to Vision Zero, we have to take an approach more like the FAA with airplanes. We're gonna actually have to have some honest investigations that look at who caused the problem and what do we do to change that behavior wherever it is. So the at-fault analysis, it's hard. It's hard when people are hurt, certainly when people are killed. It may take years to correlate that data and really get to the bottom of it. Obviously, there are limits on certain discussions we could have. But in the end, I think having a good database of bicycle accidents, bicycles with objects, bicycles with pedestrians, bicycles with cars, bicycles just solo crashing. We need to know all that, and quite frankly, we could expand it, include pedestrian and to some degree vehicle accidents. But for the e-bikes discussion, I think we have to have an at-fault analysis. And I think I'm almost there. I totally support the education. I love the point of sale, social media, educating parents, schools, the enforcement. I love the undercover, drones, blitz, and the diversion program you mentioned. So I know I said a lot there. Played the tape back, and that's my input. So with that, I'll yield to Deputy Mayor O'Hara.
Okay, I think you covered actually a lot of things. One of the things I was going to circle back on was the data, and I think one of the things that the reports we get back now, I think, include whether or not they had a helmet on and things like that. So I think if we can dive into that data too, what type of bike they're on, not necessarily the model, but what level, what class, things like that. Just get a little bit better idea of who's out there, what they're doing, and how we can make it safer for them. I love that we talked about public education, the schools. I know the school is doing their bicycle education program where they are turning to a registration portion, a registration program. It would be great to circle back to them and see if they would be willing to participate with, or if all the schools would participate in some way, not just the public schools, to get them involved. And so I don't know if there's the bandwidth with the money we were originally intending to spend on education to put it into a bandwidth and offer to all school-age children in the city who maybe don't have access through their school to do it, whether they're homeschooled or in a charter school or whatever. So I'd like to see staff come back with something like that in addition to all this. It's a great point that was brought up. I know I'll step back earlier from one of my comments. I think the comment about people of getting access to the trails because they have their bikes is a good consideration, and obviously complicates this more. But I think it was a great point to make. So I'll back off on that side of it. I do think within this, clearly we need to designate safe routes to school, and that's a discussion we need to have in more depth. And I do a program I'd like to bring. I don't think we have time to talk about it tonight, but I'd really like to get that discussion going and really dedicate the idea of where kids will be, where they should be, and how we can keep them safer in any capacity going to and from school. So I'd like to, we'll come back with that, but definitely keep that in the conversation. And I want to thank staff for a great report, Sheriff's Department for coming out and reporting this, my fellow council members for really, putting a lot of thought into this. There's no motion on any of this tonight, which is great. I definitely want to make sure there's action coming out of this, though. So some sort of a commitment from staff to follow through on whatever we'd said tonight, or play it back, or report back what we've said and what you can and can't do, or a memo or something like that would really be, I think, appropriate and helpful for the public to know that we just have a conversation. It just didn't go anywhere, but we had a conversation, and all the things up here that said tonight will be followed through on.
And I think this is an action item on our work plan, right?
It is.
Yeah.
But I want to see, I know we all do, and it's a tough one, but I want to see action for sure. Okay, I will,
When we're done.
I will rest my case. Thank you.
Councilmember Line.
Yes, I just want to put a finer point on my comments, and I'll just briefly talk about them my comments in terms of implementation. I see that there's a lot of support for safety, education, and outreach, and all that includes, which is wonderful. We've been doing a great job. There's some great examples of more education and outreach we can do. I see that safety, education, and outreach, which includes the driver as well, could be implemented more quickly. It could be a process that we go through and discuss, well, what can we do and what are the costs of that? And that could kind of move forward maybe a little bit more in an expedited way. I think there's real merit also then to the discussion about where should e-bikes be allowed to use, and conversely, where should they not be allowed to use trails and sidewalks. I think that's a broader community discussion that might have to do with where, in some places it may make sense for e-bikes, but we might need to improve the infrastructure there to make sure everybody's safe. So that may be more of a longer term, but hopefully not too long. There could be some areas where we can clarify whether e-bikes can be used in different parks in different ways fairly quickly as a lower hanging fruit, and then look to, well, ideally maybe we need to improve some infrastructure to get that exactly where we want it. So I agree with my colleagues' additional comments. I did just want to say it's my experience with, I've been designing trails and building trails all my professional life. And what I've across the board heard from equestrians is they don't want to share a trail with bicycles. And that was even standard bicycles. So because the horses get spooked. So I see there's a lot of merit in talking to the Encinitas Trail Coalition, which is really focused on the trails in the Liebenhain. They are equestrians. They know what's right and what's good there. And I think that may be the primary place where there would be some shared use. I'm not saying that it's entirely exclusive of sharing, but when there are e-bikes and there are equestrians, and it's both heavy use. We just need to know what that means as far as the width of the pathway, or whether there should be a separation. There could be some infrastructure costs associated with that too, but I think I'm hearing our overall objective is let's look at how we can more safely define where e-bikes can and cannot go, and look to afford to make those things happen in the near future. That's all I have. I'll rest.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Thank you. The last point for me is, are the schools, when they do their certifications, are they doing a writing course, or is it just education?
Sorry, in the discussions previously with the school districts, at the high school level, it was more not riding the bike type education. The middle schools were a combination of rodeo on the bike one day and classroom the other, classroom first and then the rodeo.
Okay, so they are doing the rodeo. I was gonna say that's like a PE or something like that, where they're doing the more bike safe, and there should be almost levels, I guess, at this point, because these are in their lives to say. So this is just like stop, drop, and roll, or what? You know, this is something that should probably get education, even if their parents don't get them a bike. To some level, there's going to be a point in their life where, you know, the worst thing than your own kid is some kid that doesn't ride the bike, doesn't know how to ride the bike, jumps on this bike and now is, you know, trying to have fun, and next thing you know, they're getting injured. So to some level, it might be something. I know the school board, school district liaison meeting was this morning, so we have 2 more months, but it might be a benefit to have, you know, one of your deputies yourself at the next one to maybe have this conversation about just making sure that their understanding is elevated, not to add more to the plate, but that's really where I think the heart of this is at that age. And again, all the riders above, nothing against them, it's just it's kind of on their own to be an adult and go get yourself riding ready to do so. So the group that I'm truly focused on is that 12 or really 10-year-old to 17-year-old. That's kind of what we're seeing out on the bikes. So I think the only way to really mandate something is at a place where they're already mandated to go, for the most part, is school. So I'll leave it there.
Okay, and our city manager would like to speak.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you very much for all the comments and discussion from council. Thank you for staff for bringing back the council-initiated item from Deputy Mayor O'Hara. A little bit to Councilmember Lyons' point, there's definitely things that we want to start doing, and I think definitely with the education campaigns, our new communications manager just started on Monday. The other thing that I wanted to remind council is that we were going to allocate just over $47,000 to do the MOUs with the schools for the bike classes. So we have that. So I think it'd be a great idea, since you kind of earmarked that money for the bike classes, that we can use that for some of the bike safety. Perhaps we look at enhancing more of our bike classes. As Councilmember San Antonio pointed out, our classes are full, so maybe we need to look to add more. So I think there's definitely things that we can start doing as staff and as a community to really get the ball rolling. Obviously, what we'd want to do is, if we need any input from the Mobility Traffic Safety Commission or council, definitely, of course, changing ordinances, new laws, things like that. We will want to bring that back to you folks, but would like to get started. I mean, obviously, school just started. Kids are, back riding on their bikes, but definitely we can look at trails. I did show the mayor while we were sitting here, we do have trail courtesy, so we do have those. I remember being the former Park and Rec director about who yields to who, and we have those signs out on the trails because it's super important. They're actually in our trail guides as well. So, with council's kind of go ahead, we would like to start on some of the things that we can with the education, and obviously bringing any big decisions back to council. And also too, looking at how do we enhance the driver, awareness and safety as well, and continue doing some of the bike rodeos and some of these presentations with the Sheriff's Department would be great, that we can keep this momentum going, because I think it's on the forefront. Staff's ready to go. We're excited. And so we do want to keep doing that, and we'll come back to council with other ideas.
Cool. Thank you. And
I would add one thing down the road. This is to Councilmember Schaefer's point. This is not going away, and it's going to evolve. And so I think at some point in this, we do need to look at, because they're going to change from where they're at now, separating bicycle ordinances and e-bike ordinances as two separate things. I'm not saying we do it tonight, but I think down the road, that is something we need to look at. e-bike ordinances will be different because the vehicles are different than a pedal assist bike, and they'll continue to get upgraded and changed. So maybe not tonight, but down the road, that may be something we want to look at.
And to build on that, perhaps one of the directions to staff is we should consider as part of this program lobbying the state to change the vehicle code to have some differences between how e-bikes, because today bikes and e-bikes are classified as one from a vehicle code, and there may be tools that our sheriff could use, and I suspect they're true statewide. So I would throw that in as another idea, building on what Deputy Mayor O'Hara said. What was that? Say that one more time.
Get the manufacturers to get, or, you know, lobby the state to, you know, Tasha or Blakespeare to lobby the state to make the manufacturer a part of this, and they're going to sign off on whoever's going to be riding this is effectively safe. So they're signing for it right there that when this bike gets caught, well, you're liable. Just like if your car gets in an accident, it's gonna show up and who is driving it, kind of thing.
We need something that you have to be this tall to ride this bike. So, okay, with that, I think that's it for it. So thank you, and we shall move on to item 12D, which is this is 800 and how many pages we're going to be going through now? Adopt 2026 update to the Stormwater BMP Design Manual. Contact person is Principal Engineer Stryker and Principal Engineer McDowell. And I think we'll just start on page 1 and go page by page. And I am kidding.
Mayor, as they settle in, this is my favorite document of all of our documents. You're making fun.
I'm sorry.
Nothing like clean water. This is good.
Yeah. As an ex-planning commissioner, I've done my fair share of BMP and reading this document and others, so. With that, we'll start with the staff report. Do we have any online? 0, okay.
Okay, here we go. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Jaylee McDowell, Principal Engineer in the Land Development Division. Tonight I'll be presenting on the 2026 update to the City of Encinitas Stormwater BMP Design Manual. Staff is recommending that City Council adopt Resolution 2026-62, which formally updates our BMP Design Manual. Before we get into the details of the update, I want to give a quick overview of what best management practices, or BMPs, actually are. BMPs are the set of tools and design measures we use to reduce pollutants from entering the storm drain system and our local waterways. They come in a few forms: source control BMPs, things like covered trash areas or storm drain stencils that help stop pollution at the source. Site design BMPs, the use of landscaping and permeable materials to let stormwater soak into the ground instead of running off. And structural BMPs, engineered systems like biofiltration basins that treat stormwater before it leaves the site. The manual explains when each type is needed and how projects must meet stormwater regulations. This is just a quick image showing a cross-section of the kind of structural BMPs we'll be talking about. These make sense for big developments, but for small infill projects, they're often not practical and don't provide much added benefit. So we'll get into a quick background on our stormwater regulations. The city operates under the 2013 Municipal Stormwater Permit, which is regulated by the San Diego Regional Water Quality Control Board, the regional agency that oversees stormwater compliance for all cities in San Diego County. Over time, our city manual has become more restrictive than the regional permit requires and more restrictive than what any other local jurisdiction requires. This update helps bring Encinitas back into alignment with the countywide practices while still fully protecting water quality. The biggest change we're proposing affects standard projects, those adding between 500 square feet and 5,000 square feet of new impervious surface, like roofs or paving. Today, these smaller projects are required to build structural stormwater treatment systems. These structural systems can be complicated, expensive, and hard to fit into small residential lots. Additionally, they often don't provide much added environmental benefit at this scale. This update removes that requirement. Instead, these small residential projects will meet stormwater rules through site design practices like reducing paved areas, using permeable materials, or adding landscaping that allows water to infiltrate into the ground. You can see in this comparison table how the proposed update brings Encinitas into alignment with requirements in the regional permit and all other local jurisdictions. It's also important to note what isn't changing. Priority development projects, or PDPs, your larger developments, still have all the same structural treatment and other stormwater regulation requirements. The city opened a formal public comment period from June 1st to June 30th and posted public notice in the Coast News. No public comments were received during the public comment period. On June 11th, Environmental Commission was presented the proposed changes by staff and unanimously recommended these changes be brought to City Council for approval. So overall, this update brings Encinitas into alignment with the regional permit, matches the requirements used by all other cities in the county, removes the undue burden on small residential projects, keeps all environmental protections fully intact, and encourages simpler, more sustainable site design approaches. So this slide shows a real-world example. This homeowner in Cardiff is proposing site improvements to fix a flooding problem by repairing their driveway and replacing a small set of stairs and a patio. Altogether, this project adds about 1,000 square feet of new and/or replaced impervious surface. This is pretty typical for small residential projects. Under our current manual, a project of this size is required to install a structural BMP like a bioretention basin. That means they must carve out space on their property to install a costly stormwater treatment system. With the proposed manual update, the homeowner would still use site design BMPs, such as adding landscaping where possible, but they would not be required to build a structural BMP. This change would save the homeowner money, reduce design complexity, and makes for a much more efficient permitting process. Staff recommends City Council adopt Resolution 2026-62, approving the 2026 BMP Design Manual update. That concludes my presentation, and we're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, Councilmember Lyons.
Right, I don't have any questions, and I don't see anyone else in the queue right now, so I'm going to kind of jump right in and make a motion. But I wanted to just comment by saying that having a good BMP manual and guidelines like this really does help reduce the sediment that outlets into our ocean and helps protect our marine protection area, which is just off our coast. And even though it seems like maybe just a pragmatic thing that you have to do when you're developing your property, it really goes a long way to protect our water quality and our environmental health here in Encinitas. In addition, with these changes this year, I support it because it's the right fit for us for our permitting. In some ways, it will streamline and kind of adjust what our expectations are so that it's not so difficult to get the right permits for BMP design in the future. And I don't think there's absolutely, in my view, no downside to this change in that we're not going to be protected as well. We're just right fitting this to the right solution for the smaller properties. So having said that and kind of articulated my support, I'd like to move to adopt the recommended action.
Okay, got a motion and a second. And Deputy Mayor O'Hara.
Well, I think I agree with all that. I think mainly this is bringing us in line with the rest of the region is really, makes it make perfectly good sense. I will say when you said a standard project, 1,000 square feet, I said my whole house is 1,000 square feet, just so you know. So it's all relative. But I appreciate the great report. I know there was a lot of time put into this, and I know each of us read 860-something pages cover to cover, and appreciate the hard work that went into it. I believe we'll be seeing more of you with reports to us with your new position, so great job on your first one out. We really appreciate it. I think that's it. We were at a second, so we're good.
Okay, and I had you answered all my questions and staff, but I did want to bring up a couple of things. Page 238, we talk about sustainable landscaping, and we call out, I warned him I might go here, and I was wondering whether we should mention our native plant ordinance there, because we talk about the county sustainable, and I don't think it's something we need to edit here tonight, but I'll let staff respond.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, that was a good question that you brought up during briefings. And the main reason why this does not necessarily point to the native plant ordinance for the city is because there is a specific type of plant palette that would be required for structural BMPs. These types of planting palettes are specific for areas that are
If I can interrupt you, I'm talking on page 238, which is sustainable landscaping from the county, not the BMP on page 447. So I took away my question on 447, I understand. And it when I looked at it in more detail, 447 with the BMPs actually does have quite a few natives in there, like carex and a few other things. But no, 238, we're referring to the county sustainable landscaping, and I think that does overlap with our native plant ordinance. So I would like to see it unified if that's possible. I don't think we could give you direction to, at your discretion, make sure it's unified with our native plant ordinance to the degree it's appropriate, to the degree it's not. So I'd make a friendly amendment that we add that direction to the motion if.
I think that makes a lot of sense. Thanks, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Luke, if you're okay with that, okay, cool. That's all I wanted to point out.
Perfect.
Yeah, but it doesn't unify.
I think it's great.
Yeah. Yeah. So, okay. So, Councilmember San Antonio.
I know we talked about it in our staff briefing, that I know for the smaller projects, it made great sense. Obviously, you guys have dealt with this with people coming in for permitting. Just so for the public, these BMPs cost quite a bit of money, often could be more than the actual project that they're actually trying to get. So thank you for trying to get that cleaned up for the public as well.
Absolutely.
With that, we have a motion and a second and call the question.
That motion carries unanimously.
Cool. And that takes us on to item, what are we up to, 13 now? No informational items. We have no council-initiated items. And council member reports pursuant to AB 1234.
I attended the Encina Wastewater Authority Capital Improvement Program subcommittee meeting this morning.
Nothing to report.
I attended the Santa Fe Irrigation District meeting and the school district liaison meeting this morning, and it went well.
Okay.
I attended the school liaison committee meeting this morning, and just want to remind everybody that taking on a challenge is a lot like riding a horse. If you're comfortable while you're doing it wrong.
There have been some great sayings tonight. I heard that the disco movement of the modern era, that one's still stuck in my head. Yeah. And then Luke quoted Bob Dylan with "The times they are a-changing," and I'm like, wow, this is a Renaissance man. So I have nothing to report. Oh yeah, and we don't have to go down to that inn. We are adjourned. No, we did it earlier.